Chuck D's gifted 25 subscriptions to the community.
Chuck! Chuck, thank you. It's Chuck's birthday? What the hell? Thank you, Chuck. forget. I shook too hard. Happy birthday! Feels birthday, man. Chuck dies. The GOAT. Welcome in, everybody. How you doing? How are we doing? How are we doing? Happy birthday. Chuck dies. I don't even think he's in here, but W Chuck dies. Happy birthday. If you see him in the chat later, give him a happy birthday. What's going on, everybody? How are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. Well, it's been an eventful time since I didn't stream yesterday, but I was very busy and a part of something really special. So I spent all day yesterday. You might notice I have a little bit of color on my face because I spent all day yesterday outside trying to convince people not to vote for a jail. Outside of an election polling place in Kansas City with Decarcerate KC, which was really, really, really interesting and awesome. And we'll talk about it a lot tonight. It was fun though. I mean, I love doing voter outreach stuff like that, canvassing. I think it's really, really rewarding work. You actually, I feel like you learn what actually works and what people actually feel. Twitter is not real life, you know what I mean? And like the internet is not real life. Talking to people in the real world is real life. And let me tell you, chat. Let me tell you, dude. People are fucking about abolition. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. We're living in the middle of fascism, and you know how many people I convinced yesterday to like who were just like, oh, a lot of, I would say like 60% of people were already there. Like they came to this small special election. It was a very weird election. There was only school board and then like a Kansas City Public Schools ballot initiative, like a bond, like giving money to the schools. Schools won 90% to 10. So W for the schools. Big huge W for the schools. You know, the Kansas City like resoundingly decided to fund their schools more. But unfortunately, they also decided to vote yes and to fund the jail. So we had a little bit of a disappointing day with regards to that. But it was really, really, really cool and rewarding to talk to people. Like there are some people who are explicitly like, wait, like jail tax? A lot of people were confused with the language. Even the Kansas City Star, like here. Yeah, they have the worst fucking paywall of like any news website I've ever dealt with. But here, let me try to find the article. Can you take a look at CCOT on satellite view? Okay. Sounds kind of interesting. As long as I don't dox myself. Where is it? How do you know where it is? It shows up in maps. Okay, hold. Satellite. Yeah, you can look at it. What? Top center? Oh, this? Jesus Christ, bro. I mean, what is it? Yeah, I don't know. A lot of there's actually a really really good documentary by Haroon Faroki that would be worth watching right now. I can't answer that. I don't know what it is. But Haroon Faroki made this really, really great film. He made the film Inextinguishable Fire, which we have watched on this stream before. But he made another film that I saw that was about how during World War II they were using pigeons to take photographs of like over Germany, and like they had images of the concentration camps like 6 or 7 years before anyone really knew what was like going on there. Um, and they knew them, they had cataloged them, but they didn't know what they were. They didn't know what they were just looking at it from above. You know, it's like that difference in perspective is actually very very significant. Uh, C word fucker, bro. What is who are you people? Who the fuck are you people? I smoke hash till I brown. Let the ops know I'm coming because it starts smelling like ass. The fuck does that mean, dude? The fuck does that mean? Yeah, the archive doesn't work on the thing, but are these nude chatters decarcerate KC friends? What? No. Why would they be that, Becca? C word fucker, you think is somebody from decarcerate? No. Anyway, yeah, so I sat outside an election poll. No, Becca. I sat outside of an election poll yesterday for like 7 hours and passed out these flyers, and just everybody who I was an aggressive. I was like, I thought I did a very good job. I was aggressive. Like, you have a stack of the flyers. There are other people who are like sitting on like lawn, like we brought a lawn chair. I don't sit sometimes, but there are other people who are like sitting on lawn chairs, like just like not saying anything, just handing things to people. But I was like, hi, excuse me, sir, are you going to vote today? Here, I'll do my whole spiel for you guys. Okay. And you guys role play as like a voter, a conservative voter or whatever. Okay. Hi. Excuse me, sir. You got to hit him with the sir and the ma'ams. All right. This is the South in that way only. Okay. Excuse me, sir. Hello. Hi. Good afternoon. Are you going to vote? Yeah. I'm here. We're asking people to vote no on question 1. It's a jail tax. It'll cost $800 million to maintain this jail over the next 40 years. The city is already building 2 other county jails. I think there's a lot better ways that we can, use our taxpayer money than building a new jail. And I hope you're here also to fund the schools. I think we should fund the schools, not the jails. So please vote no on question 1. A lot of people, 60% of people would be like, "Oh, you already got me. Oh, I'm voting no." Then another 20% would kind of like be like, "Oh, really? Wow, like interesting." Some people ask some like interesting questions, like, "Oh, well, why wouldn't we want a jail?" Yada yada. And I would have to kind of give like a more abolitionist like framework. And so would people be like, "Well, why don't we want a jail?" I would be like, "Well, there are things that like actually like we have to like express our priorities in our budget, and by investing in building beds for jails instead of investing in our mental health capacity, investing in schools, investing in giving people good jobs, like something to lose. I think we're not actually preparing for the future that we want to build. And I think there are more effective ways to prevent crime and prevent people from doing harm to each other than building a jail. I think we should not build another jail. We have plenty of county jails. They're building a lot more county jails, renovating county jails. We don't need a new municipal jail. A lot of people actually responded really positively to that, or at least walked away and didn't tell me that they voted yes. I only had one guy. Actually, okay, so there's two funny exchanges that were like negative, where one guy was walking up and he was like just reeked of chud. Like this is the first time he's left his house in 2 weeks, and the last time was to go to the clan meeting, bro. He just felt like that, and he was like, I was like, "Excuse me, sir. Good afternoon. Are you going to vote?" And he just immediately went, "Shh." He goes, "Shh." Put his hand in my face and shushed me really loud, and so I just laughed at him really. I was just like, it just immediately made me laugh really hard. So I just ignored him. And then the other negative experience was this guy came up to me and he was like, "Well, we need a jail. Why would you say we don't need a jail?" And I was like, well, like locking people in cages is kind of barbaric. Like, and we already have a county jail. They're renovating another county jail. They're building another county jail." And he was like, "Well, that's not true. I volunteer for the KCPD." And he was like, they're sending people all over the state because we don't have any space in our jails right now. And I was like, okay, well, that's interesting. Like, at this point, I'm like, you volunteer. You volunteer to go sit in a car and play Candy Crush, I'm not going to change your mind here. Like, yeah, a volunteer KCPD officer. I was like, okay, bye. And then I was just like, yeah, I think like locking people in cages is like kind of barbaric, and we can like actually address the reasons why people commit crime a lot better. And he was like, "If your daughter was murdered, you would want that person to be in jail." I'd be like, "Okay, dude." And then he just like walked away, and I was like, "Okay." I was like, "All right, bro." Funny, because if my daughter was murdered by a stranger, the most likely group of people that would murder if you get murdered by a stranger, the most likely group or profession for that murderer to be in is cops. Like, that's a real stat. If you die at the hands of a stranger, the most likely reason is that it's a cop. Anyway, yeah, overall, I mean, genuinely, abolition is popular. You just have to get out there and like fucking do the work. And I am so incredibly proud of the people with Decarcerate KC. Like they put on this incredible campaign and challenged a bond or a sales tax that has been in the books since 2005. And in 2005, when it won by 70 points. Okay. And so last night, the sales tax won again, and the jail will be funded, but it won by like 10 points, I think. And so in the middle of Trump, in the middle of this moment we're in with regards to policing and attitudes around it, we convinced 40% of Kansas City to vote for abolition. And I'm proud of that. I'm proud to be a part of that. I'm proud that there's a group in Kansas City that's doing that. Makes me really hopeful for the future of like living here and, building community in that group of people. It was just, I don't know. I went to their like watch party for the results last night. Didn't stream, went to that instead, and I'm just freaking smitten, man. I'm downright smitten, boys. I love the group of people. They're so great. I'm really just so impressed by all of their activism. I'm so impressed by everything. They're just it's so cool. It's great. that there's such a cool, powerful abolitionist organization in Kansas City. These groups exist, and they probably exist where you're at too, and it might be smaller than Decarcerate, but make it bigger by joining them and working with them. You know what I mean? That's the best thing you can do. That's the best thing you can do. So anyway, yeah, here. Look at this is how the Kansas City Star covered it. And once again, like a lot of people were confused by the language on it. They were like, "Really? I read question 1 at home and it didn't mention a jail." And I'm like, "Yeah, dude, I know." It's a frustrating thing that they're just lying to you. But also like it's kind of interesting because I think people were kind of like they knew that they were receptive to the idea that the ballot language was deceptive, and like I think people like I don't know, it wasn't hard for me to be like, listen, this is what it's being used for. Don't like take my word for it, you know. But yeah, here, you know, from last night or from today, actually updated today, Kansas City voters passed public safety tax for new municipal jail. So like everyone is clear. The truth is here. The truth is that this was a vote for a new jail, but the city did everything it possibly could to obfuscate that, right? The ballot language was non-specific on how the money raised would be spent and did not specify that a big chunk of it would be used to build a 250-bed jail estimated to cost between 150 to 250 million dollars just for construction. For maintenance, it's 800 million, another 800 million dollars. To keep it running will be another 800 million dollars over the next 40 years. Like my fucking children will be paying this shit. So that's very sad. That's very sad. My children could fucking be in this shit, you know? I could be in this shit. It's fucking gross, dude. $1 million a bed, yeah, right. And this is like the biggest public housing investment that the city has ever seen. You know? Like I'm just saying we could do better, and I think that like the people I talked to, it was receptive. And I think if more people got involved with Decarcerate, if, you know, Decarcerate had the resources of the police union and of these construction companies that are doing the heavy lifting and lobbying for this kind of like, you know, sales tax, I don't think it would be even close. I don't think it would be even close. Like we're talking about like 30, 40 people that are like actively organizing around this, you know? And they made a huge difference and they accomplished a lot. And so I don't know. I'm proud to be a part of it. We're gonna check out a little bit more about that at the beginning of the hour. Or the beginning of the stream. Yeah, check it out.
I want to turn to
I might be in this footage. I don't know, but I might be.
Question 1 on the ballot in Kansas City, Missouri, asking for a 20-year renewal of a quarter-cent sales tax for public safety, with the bulk of the funding going to the construction of a new municipal jail. It passed overwhelmingly. 60% of voters said yes, and that is the answer city leaders wanted to hear. With that said, we want to get right over to KSHP 41 reporter Isabella Ladon live at Charlie Hooper's for a watch party there. Isabella, what's the move there for us?
Hey, Kevin. Well, almost all of Kansas City Council is here at Charlie Hooper celebrating the passage of question 1.
We actually, there was one city councilor at our watch party, Jonathan Duncan, who seems fucking amazing. But yeah, this is the power room. We were not here. We had the people power room, and it was fucking awesome.
That means for the first time in 10 years, Kansas City will be building its own municipal detention center. And since the majority of the folks here were hoping that would happen tonight, folks are in pretty high spirits as they wanted it to happen. Now the public,
like this fucking, I don't know this guy. All right, I don't know this guy. I'm gonna say some shit. And it's not specific, but it kind of is, okay? Listen, like, these fucking people, like, they're like, they own the construction company that's gonna build the jail. Like, he's like, yeah, I just made $10 million on a city fucking contract. Like, huge. All of these fucking counselors are paid buy that company. Like, it's so, this is just, and what are they doing? They're building new torture facilities. Like, this is evil, dude. This is evil. These people are evil.
Sales tax is expected to generate about $480 million over the next 20 years, and $250 million of that is expected to go toward the jail construction costs. Now, one of the arguments against the public sales tax was that it won't go towards addressing crime prevention measures like mental health. Supporters say this is a win for public safety in the metro, and opponents say they're going to keep working to get some of those dollars for mental health.
You need accountability for those who offend.
Does Kansas have work programs with jails? This is Kansas City, Missouri, but I almost guessed. I don't think there are many that don't.
You need consequences, but you also need to have a source of funds that allows
boo this man, boo.
To invest in greater mental health, in rehabilitation in our community, and I think that's exactly what the people of Kansas City have supported today. I am so proud of Kansas City voters.
I'm ready to propose.
This is where we were.
An ordinance to capture some of that funding to ensure that community resource center that will actually improve public safety, that is outcomes and solutions based.
Kansas City Council said that they've already submitted a request for proposal for the construction of the detention center, and they don't have an estimated timeline as of yet, but they do hope to start building in 2027. Reporting live in Kansas City, Isabella Ladon.
That shit ain't never getting built. All right, listen close. That shit ain't never getting built. Let me tell you that. All right, you see this right here? Stop Cop City? Yeah, we stop Cop City here too. That shit ain't never gonna get built.
Larger block of Kansas City voters have said yes to extending a quarter-cent sales tax, first approved in 2002, then the public safety tax extended in 2010. This version, a bit more controversial. It will help build a new city jail. Just a simple majority needed for this one, and it carries.
Yeah. Also, the school bond needed a super majority, which makes I don't even know how that fucking works. But I guess they had to get 4/7 to win. They got it was 85-15 or 90-10 or something last time I checked. But this one only needs a simple majority. But the school, it's what you fucking. I hate you people. Why do you have to make it like this? Why does it have to be like this?
Both north in Clay and Platte counties and south of the river in Kansas City and Jackson County. Now, a new jail would be built and will be built eventually next to the Jackson County Jail, which is already under construction, and end the need to ship inmates to Vernon and Johnson counties. The city hasn't had a local jail with space since 2019.
Fox 4's Jonathan Katz at Charlie Hooper's in Brookside tonight with some pretty happy supporters. John?
Yeah, there are a lot of city council members here, John and Lauren. Mayor Quinton Lucas, after coming back from the KCPS school bond issue.
Some of these people did interview people from Decarcerate, right, so
a number of
that's why I wanted to watch.
Members are here as well. Crispin Rea, Nathan Willett, Wes Rogers, Melissa Patterson-Hasley, council members from all across the city.
Taking these notes. I'm taking these names down, and I'm checking my list twice. I'm checking this list twice, bro. I'm memorizing your fucking faces. All right.
Question one.
You are on my shit list, okay?
For Kansas City, Missouri. So shoppers already pay a quarter-cent sales tax scheduled to expire next summer. So if the city was going to build this jail near 40 Highway in the Blue River, like John talked about, right next to the county, when they need this tax to continue. This tax will now go for another 20 years. Supporters like
20 years
and others have pointed to the fact that the city hadn't had a municipal jail in 15 years. Opponents, on the other hand, like Decarcerate KC, had said the city jail plan had no mental health beds in it. They gathered at the Combine at 30th and Truce today.
It had no rehabilitative services that it initially described. It was also very misleading for the ballot language to include nothing about the jail and instead deceive voters by saying that the funds will be going towards emergency services and 911.
Today, the people of Kansas City, today they said they support public safety. They support public education. This is a great day. The good folks on our city council, my colleagues like Crispin Rea, Melissa Hasley, Nathan Willett, Wes Rogers are going to do the work to make sure that we're supporting mental health, that we're supporting the rehabilitation that we promised, that we're invested in 911, we're invested in KCPD, KCFD, doing the work that we said we would.
All right, so Councilman Crispin Rea told us that the jail could actually be potentially open in 2027, again going up just to the west of the county facility, going up on the east side of the city. Lauren?
You better move that back. I'm thinking 2020 never. How about that?
Thanks, Jonathan. Jonathan Kitts in Brookside, Kansas City tonight.
And another issue on the ballot for KC voters is question 1. This measure is asking for the 20-year renewal of a 1/4% sales tax for public safety. The city has made it.
Well, it's funny, Raylan, because like genuinely, like actually that narrative, people talking about mental health is entirely because of the work of Decarcerate. Like you have to understand, like there was one group fighting against that jail tax, and it was a abolitionist community organization. That's why all of these people, like they go to the you know, they show you the interviews from the other side, and they're at a bar with the mayor, every single city councilor, the police union, the construction lobby, like everyone, right? And it was a ragtag group of people affected by the prison industrial complex leading their own movement, fighting against prisons in their city. And we got 40% of Kansas City to agree with us. Like it was such an uneven fight, you know? An incredibly uneven fight. And the way the fact that, you know, it was even that close is a miracle. Like we should have won, and we'll win next time. But hard to call it a loss.
Clear that a bulk of the funds would go to the construction of a new municipal jail. And tonight, Lily O'Shea Becker shares the voices on both sides of this issue, those rallying today saying that they don't want their tax dollars going to incarceration, and the voices of those who say a new detention center will curb repeat offenders in KC.
Decarcerate KC is leading a coalition of Kansas City, Missouri organizations this Sunday morning, just 2 days before residents are set to vote on a public safety sales tax that would fund a new city jail. These rallygoers are asking Kansas Cityans to vote no.
People need to understand what they're paying for.
Patricia Royal is a leader.
Brother, what is going on? Level your camera before you do an interview. Look at this vertical line, man. We are like this. We are level your this is your job, dude.
Leader with Decarcerate KC. As they canvass, she says some Kansas Cityans aren't informed on question 1 of the April 8th ballot.
This tax is erosive. It continues to...
Chat, that's Chris. We had Chris on the broadcast, remember? Chris is on the news, remember? He was right here in the room with us.
Way at what finances individuals are already struggling to save.
If passed, Kansas City would see the renewal of its public safety sales tax for 20 more years. Revenue from the 1/4 sales tax would go toward building a new city jail here, alongside the new Jackson County Jail. City officials say it would cost more than $200 million to build. Currently, there is no detention center in Kansas City, and the city sends its detainees out to Vernon and Johnson counties.
We've also spoken with some city leaders and some local business owners who are in favor of renewing the public safety sales tax. They say it's one step closer to a safer community.
Without jurisdiction over offenders placed in Vernon and Johnson County jails, proponents of the sales tax, like Councilwoman Melissa Patterson-Hasley, highlight issues with repeat offenders.
They're fully aware we don't have a detention center, and they're fully aware that they can keep misbehaving, and there's really not a lot that we can do about it.
Oh my God. Yeah, you're right. You're right. People are committing crimes because they know that there's not a municipal jail, even though there are county jails. And in fact, if you commit crimes, they do something about it. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Oh my God, bro.
Back at the rally.
No tax
taxation.
Opponents of Question 1 say taxes should go toward addressing the root causes of repeat offenders' actions, not incarceration.
I would definitely like to see it go into mental health. I would like to see us fund schools and not cages. I would like to see it go into housing opportunities for individuals and more employment opportunities as well.
Both sides of the ballot issue agree on one thing, and that is they are asking voters to show up to the polls on Tuesday. Reporting in Kansas City, Lily O'Shea Becker, KSHB 41 News.
Hell yeah. Like I said, I'm impressed. Decarcerate KC, like they're just a great group of people. I'm really excited to build the future of Kansas City with them. You know? Like I really am. It's gonna be really cool. Quick update on the Kat Abu race. So MSNBC had somebody on to talk about the challenge to Jen Schakowsky's seat, but they never mention Kat's name. They just like talk about Kat, but they never mention her name. It's kind of fucking wild.
Congresswoman Jen Schakowsky, she's 80 years old. She has a 26-year-old opponent who told Politico, I'm quoting here, since 1998, there hasn't been a competitive primary. I was born in 1999. So I think
like, it's wild to show this, which I'm pretty sure was like quoted from a video of her. To show a quote from her and not show her name, just refer to her as Illinois Gen Z challenger.
A huge problem with why we're in this mess with rising fascism, with ineffective Democrats, is just because we aren't giving voters more options. There's not enough diversity of thought or how we can change the establishment. Now, let me tell you what they say on the flip side, which I'm sure you already know, but it is that with age comes experience, long-held relationships. Some folks argue that DOJ's problems come from people who don't know how government works. So do Democrats need to be sure not to throw the baby out with the bathwater?
You know, we know that diverse teams made of people of all different kinds of backgrounds get us better results. And right now, young people are wildly left out of the rooms where decisions are made. Democratic voters want this. Recent data for Progress polling showed us that about 83% of Democrats said it was time for young leaders to step up and run against older folks. 69% said we should be pushing more for older leaders to retire and make way for the next generation of leaders.
Yeah, but have you considered that those people are stupid? Have you considered that we know better than them? Like, that's literally every Democrat's response to hearing something like this. Have you considered that we know better for them than they do? And we got it covered? Just trust us? Like,
I'm not saying that it should only be 20 and 30 somethings in office, but it also
fuck it, I'll say it.
It shouldn't be only 70 and 80-year-olds. And right now, that's kind of what we've got.
Yeah, wild work to not even mention Kat's name. We also had the former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett talking at Princeton and a lot of disruption. So let's check that out. Somebody pulled a fire alarm. These things happen. You need to test them occasionally. Look, fire safety is no laughing matter. Exactly. That's why you got to test them. And also, it's not only testing the alarms to make sure they work. It's testing the people, okay? It's testing the response. It's never a bad time to familiarize yourself with fire exits and, you know the pathways out of every room. Just making everybody safer.
There's only one Holocaust. There was one Holocaust of October 7th when
oh my God.
Palestinians
that's insane.
Unfortunately attacked and came out.
15,000 children you killed. What's the answer to that? 15,000 children. You left Gaza and you could have seen Gaza for 20 years. What's your answer to that?
Only that it's a lie. only that it's a blatant lie, and you're invited to learn your facts. There's one, you know what I would tell you? Instead of whining for the past 80 years and building your own future.
Dude, can you imagine, like, you're just having a debate with the former minister of the former prime minister of Israel? Like, what in the fuck?
You have focused on killing the Jews. It's time the Palestinians.
You? Wait, what? Whoa. I'm Hamas now? Like, this guy is Hamas now?
And start building their own future.
Who's this joke? Naftali Bennett.
Because, you know, there was no occupation in 1950, in 1960, and none. So the problem...
We just rewrite history.
Actually, the leader...
I mean, you weren't there, so I can just make it up, right? Like,
let me share with you something. The leader of the Palestinians, Haj Amin al-Husseini, that's the leader the Palestinians chose. Do you know where he spent his time during the Shoah? In Berlin with Hitler.
Bro, that's so fucked up. That's so ridiculous. They're like, literally, like, I saw a article about this the other day that said they could find 12 people of Palestinian descent who ever fought for the Nazis, and like 5,000 Palestinians were like enlisted or you know, fought but under the British flag against Nazis. Like 5,000 to 10.
That's what Haj Amin al-Husseini...
And again, they're just going to rewrite history. It doesn't matter. Facts don't matter to fascists. Facts don't matter to fascists. They're just going to do whatever they want. Oh, also, chat. This was we're not going to read this entire article, but I encourage you all to. This is an interview with Kay Pritzker, who is an amazing filmmaker and activist, and the director of The Encampments. So I read this interview earlier, and it's really, really, really good. I agree with a lot of what Kay says here, and I think we're very much on the same playing field, and like, I don't know. I think we're in the same, like, same mind. Kay did a Q&A after I saw Encampments. Oh, sick. But I wanted to read this answer because this is a part of a larger conversation we've been having for like a week or two now. And I think it's really important to know the truth and to hear it from Kay here. We've seen what has happened to Mahmoud Khalil and even Grant Minor being expelled. With the Trump administration cracking down on anyone involved in pro-Palestine protests, was there any fear in giving those in Colombia and across the country a more prominent spotlight? Yes. The safety of the students was among our highest priorities. We went through every step we could to basically protect the identities of people who are at risk. First thing being anyone who spoke in the film at all signed a release and agreed to be a part of the film. And we came back to them after Trump got elected, after his deportation campaign. We said, "Are you sure you still want to be a part of this?" We did that with everyone who spoke. And then on top of that, we also have been reached out to by several Palestinian groups in New York City, reaching out with concerns after Trump started his deportation campaign, saying, "So-and-so appears in the film. They're on a student visa. Can you please blur out their face?" So we've been blurring faces. We've been outright cutting people from the film up until literally yesterday, up until literally the day of the film's release. So we were really trying to go above and beyond. We do not want this to be the reason anyone gets hurt or in trouble or anything like that. But I would also just want to point out, Columbia's campus was probably the most photographed square mile on planet Earth for like 2 weeks. We also want to remind people that there's a lot of footage out there of the encampment that we don't control. And there's so many videos that we can't blur on YouTube, on TV, on all these places. The footage we're bringing forward, we would also say is kind of a drop in the ocean of everything that was filmed there. Peru. Zachap, thank you so much for the raid. Sorry, I wanted to get through that reading. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you had a good stream. In the politics category, goodness. Yikes. we're just doing we're doing some like shorter news stories, but the biggest thing we're going to cover tonight are the tariffs, and then we're going to do a little bit of a deep dive with Luna Oy on the background of Vietnam's like current moment and global economics and trade, and like really look at what Vietnam's place in this moment is. I think a lot of people are covering China and America as like the two biggest players, but I think, and I'm really excited to hear this new Luna video and see Luna's take on it. But I think that there's a lot to be Vietnam is in an incredible place to win big from this, and like and develop as like a huge economic force in that region, which is awesome. More power to the communists. And me personally, I love Vietnam, so got a lot of people that I care about that are still there. Would it be possible to get you, or if you could react to my video I sent in Discord? Why don't you just send it here? Why don't you send it here? Also, what is the video? How long is it? Also, okay, so first off, news from the Mahmoud Khalil case. An immigration judge in Louisiana said that she would terminate the case against Mahmoud Khalil if the government does not provide evidence this week justifying their attempted deportation of the Columbia University student activist. So we'll see. I wonder how this will play out with regards to like the Supreme Court case that just happened, because that just happened, right? Like, it's kind of crazy. We also had the building trades, North American building trade unions, at a it's 1 minute long. Okay, yeah, we can watch that.
The stakes.
Cool. We also had at the building trades, like there's like a conference or something, and one of the speakers, I don't know who this guy is, but he kind of communicated the union's roles in a way that I think is really important right now. We should be doing everything we can to build sanctuary unions. Sanctuary unions, not just sanctuary cities, but sanctuary unions. And there's been some really cool examples of this in Chicago with the teachers union, where the teachers union has very clear demands on, you know, how they're supposed to react if ICE comes to their school, stuff like that. Yeah, in Florida, yeah, this is actually a really important way that we can fight against this deportation campaign, is by protecting our workplaces, protecting the places that, you know, people exist in. And not just from workers, but from people who are there, patrons. Like, you know, having a plan can make all the difference in these situations. So
we need to make our voices heard. We're not red, we're not blue. We're the building trades, the backbone of America. We built a $5 billion, you want to build a $5 billion data center? Want more six-figure careers with health care, retirement, and no college debt? You don't call Elon Musk, you call us.
That's right.
North America's building trades unions. And yeah, that means all of us, including our brother, Smart Apprentice, Kilmar Arbrega Garcia, who we demand to be returned to us and his family now. Bring him home.
That's right. To a standing ovation. It's a short clip, but I agree with Kim Kelly, the great Kim Kelly. This is the kind of energy we need from union leadership right now. Exactly. It's fucking awesome. Also, chat, did you hear about this? This is like breaking news. This woman was just identified. So LAPD, there was an LAPD shooting yesterday. Officer involved shooting investigation is underway in the 1200 block of Eagle Vista Drive. Was with the info that they produced, they released yesterday. This is LAPD's 10th shooting of 2025. Pig shot a homeowner in the shoulder on her own property, despite her not being involved in the crash that prompted the LAPD response. And then we found out today that it is the wife. It's Jillian Lauren was the name of the person that was shot by the LAPD. The wife of Weezer bassist Scott Schreiner. So any Weezer heads in the chat, that's fucking crazy. Yo, what up, Micah? Yeah, that's fucking crazy. Oh no, chat. Chat, no. Look at this, chat. Look at this. I hate to bring this news to you, but look at this terrible tweet. Oh no. Look at this awful tweet by Zoran. I can change him. We cannot change him. But I don't know, man. I hope this is a bad... Listen, you're allowed one bad tweet, okay? Why did he feel the need to tweet that? I have no idea. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Nerdine also read him to filth, as she should. So-called allies feeding the narrative that direct action against Zionist institutions is anti-Semitism are doing harm. Unlike you, not everyone trusts the system complicit in our oppression. Condemning those who resist differently isn't solidarity, it's betrayal. Fucking facts. We shouldn't be surprised when politicians, even those claiming solidarity, condemn direct action. Their role requires adhering to what's deemed rational within systems that criminalize resistance. Expecting anything else misunderstands the limits of political participation. But it is rational for activists to call this out. Why is the tension between grassroots organizing and political office always resolved in favor of the latter? Why are movements so often forced to validate politicians rather than politicians uplifting movements? This dynamic reflects the weakness of our movements. Too often, our struggles are used to bolster political careers, not the other way around. If grassroots resistance is always deemed unreasonable, then what does that say about whose interests are being served? Building power means refusing to accept these trade-offs. Politicians should support movements, not sanitize or suppress them to fit into respectable narratives. Our goal isn't to be palatable to power, it's to challenge it. Also, let's not act like vandalism doesn't belong in New York City, a city built on it. No one cares about random graffiti, yet this instance gets condemned. It's clear what message you're trying to send by singling this out, even without explicitly calling it anti-Semitism. True. And then she kept going. Genuine question. Is there a brilliant strategy I'm missing that Zoran Mamdani stays silent while Zionists launch biological waste at Palestine protests, but urgently defends a Zionist cafe window from genocide-related graffiti? Just trying to understand the politics here. It's true. What is the point of this tweet, dude? What is the point of this tweet? It's just a really bad tweet. Delete it, bro. Please, bro, delete this. Dude. I quote tweeted it too. I said, Zoran, no. Psychos were saying you assaulted a police officer when you yelled at Tom Homan. Fire whoever on your team motivated this message and learn. You don't need to play to these people or capitulate to their fake outrage. That's exactly what this is doing. Like, genuinely, come on, man. You don't, like, nobody cares about this, brother. I'm telling you, dude, nobody cares about this. Like, you're not gaining any. Look at this. This tweet had 37 likes on it, man. Like, this doesn't have motion. Why? There's no point in this. It means nothing. Why? Fire the person who did this shit. Fire this person. I made this emote for Chuck since today is his birthday. Can I selfishly ask you to add this in case he comes in here so we can welcome him? Yeah, that's cute. That's super cute. Thank you. That's super cute. Yeah, so somebody did that, like, showed us that insane thing on Google Maps with CCOT, but Worth remembering, because right now we should all be haunted by a sick feeling in the pits of our stomachs every day, that Salvadorian officials have repeatedly said there are no plans to ever release anyone from CCOT, and it's unclear that they even have procedure for doing so. If you're picturing just another mega prison like in the US, already some of the most brutal places on earth, you're way off. The US has now sent 238 men here with no due process and announced the intent to greatly expand this. Given Trump's recent comments and the way ICE has been more or less given total discretion to send people there, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that anyone who sets foot on US soil is at risk of spending the rest of their life as a ghost in CCOT. By the way, absolutely no information or contact from the outside world enters CCOT. Andri Hernandez, Abrego Garcia, Julio Zambrano Perez, they don't know that we're talking about them. They don't know that anyone is fighting for them. They don't even know if anyone knows where they are. I also want to note that when I say how bad CCOT is, it's not because the other inmates are so bad. It's because it is administered as a facility of complete and total dehumanization. It's not a labor camp. Inmates spend 23 and a half hours today stacked on bare metal shelves and cells. CCOT should not exist, and no one deserves to be inside, no matter what they have done. However, people who post comments like this should absolutely be shunned by everyone in every community, and not welcome to participate in society at all. True. Didn't expect this much attention. I should underline something. The official position of the U.S. is that once someone is sent here, even due to administrative error, the government has neither the obligation nor the ability to get them out. U.S. says they are fully under the jurisdiction of El Salvador, and it's no longer America's problem. The official position of the El Salvador government is that every single person inside CCOT, with no exceptions, is an active member of a terrorist organization never to be released. And then you also have this. ICE director envisions Amazon-like mass deportation system. Prime, but with human beings. At the Border Security Expo in Phoenix yesterday. Zingius, this is your video? You made this for the Communist Party of Canada? Wait, we have communists in here? Who let them in? What the fuck?
In this election are very high for working people. Tory leader Pierre Poilievre is Trump's man in this election, pretending to fight for workers, but not
Conrad did. Okay.
While Liberal leader Mark Carney has a long history representing ruling class interests in Canada and internationally. The Communist Party fights for working people and policies that will deliver multilateral and mutually beneficial trade, people's sovereignty and democracy, a foreign policy of peace and disarmament, a Palestinian state and an end to genocide, rising wages and living standards, jobs and social housing.
Cannot tell you how my encounter with the Revolutionary Communist Party, Quebec branch, did not go well, brother. Is it, wait, Revcom? Like Avakianites? I don't think that's this. This is the Communist Party of Canada. CPC.
To 90% of previous earnings. Price controls on food, fuel, and housing. Strong social programs and public services.
Did you see the Gaza resistance hired lawyers in the UK? What?
Real action on climate change. Vote for your interests. Vote communist. Check our website at communist-party.ca. Authorized by the Chief Agent for the Communist Party of Canada.
Athens. No, we're not watching SNL. Okay, chat. Let's get into the main story tonight. Tariffs. We got a trade war happening. Donald Trump, if you guys have been asleep all day long or you don't know, Donald Trump paused tariffs on the entire world, reduced them down to 10% for 90 days so that he can negotiate. Except for China, who has 125% tariff. And China is like They're not breaking, dude. They're not fucking breaking. I don't think they will. I think we're just locked in here. Where, you know, there's going to be this weird economic. We're going to treat China like we treat Venezuela and everywhere else. And China will not be intimidated. Yeah, exactly. That kind of shit. Hamas has filed a legal challenge to its UK terror designation, accusing the government of enabling Gaza's genocide and suppressing legitimate armed resistance and stifling public discourse on Hamas's objectives. And that's wild that they were even able to find a law firm to even challenge that on their behalf. Yeah, that's interesting. That's I don't think you can challenge that in America. Anyway, we're going to briefly talk about that. We're going to get some conversations about the tariffs. We're going to talk about China briefly, but I feel like everybody, dude, if you really want this conversation, we're only going to spend a little bit of time on this. If you really want this conversation, like Hassan has been just fucking nonstop talking about it all day. So, we're going to briefly hit on it. And then we're going to move on and go to Luna Oi and talk about how Vietnam is positioned in this and do a little bit of a background on Vietnam's U.S.-China relation and how they have been a interesting figure in that dynamic for a long time. And I don't think that's going to stop. I think if anything, that is going to increase. And I mean, that's how it happened. A lot of people, maybe if you've been following the Vietnam or the Nintendo stuff with the Switch 2, Nintendo moved a lot of their manufacturing to Vietnam like a few years ago because they sorry, I got super distracted. Nintendo moved their manufacturing to Vietnam in preparation for potential tariffs on China, and because Vietnam has a pretty positive relationship with the United States. So yeah, like essentially it looks like if Japan and South Korea end up like allying with China over the US, which that they have said that they were going to do that, but I'll believe it when I see it. You know, we could potentially see Vietnam being like the manufacturing shipping hub of that entire Asia region, which would just fucking explode their GDP and make them incredibly rich. But we'll see. We're gonna look into it. We're gonna see where Vietnam is, how they're reacting, what Luna thinks, because I respect Luna's take on it more than almost anyone. If there are other people who are providing what Luna provides with regards to like insights into Vietnam politics, I would love to know, but Luna's like the GOAT in my opinion. So anyway, let's check out this Wall Street Journal article or video that they put out today. It's a short one about the Port of LA, and then we'll look at some other mainstream media responses to what's going on.
The Port of Los Angeles.
By the way, chat, if you're enjoying the stream, thank you for being here, first off. But if you're enjoying the stream, the best way to support it is to subscribe for $5.99 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or maybe you can get gifted a sub by one of our, one of our nice juicers in the chat. We've got quite a few of the juicers in here. So if you want a sub and you don't have one, raise your hand. Use the hey emote, or maybe you can use your thing, the channel points reward to ask somebody to gift you a sub.
And
I'll be right back.
Neighboring port of Long Beach is the busiest container handling complex in the United States. About 1/3 of all containerized cargo that comes into the country comes in through the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. It really is going to be ground zero for where we see the impact of the tariffs on US trade. We treat the Port of Los Angeles and the Port of Long Beach together as a single container complex. The two ports are right next door to each other. And it is the biggest port in the country for one simple reason, which is that it is the closest port to China and to the rest of Asia. It dwarfs most other US seaports. On an average month, between 800 to 900, sometimes more than 900,000 containers, all loaded with goods, coming into that port complex. Some of the other ports around the country, like at Houston or Savannah or New York and New Jersey, some of those will handle imports from Asia, but particularly on the East Coast ports, they are handling more of the cargoes that are coming in from Europe. The ports are very, very busy right now, and that's because even in, just post-election and in the run-up to President Trump's tariff announcements, importers have known that there has been the possibility of tariffs coming down the road. And so they have been placing orders for the last 6 months to try to get particularly important component parts and other products in early, just in case the tariffs were going to hit. It's a hive of activity, extremely regimented and very busy most of the time. The ports themselves are very important economic generators to regional economies. The big fear in the logistics industry at ports, warehouses and trucking companies is that pretty soon those orders are going to start to die off because importers are going to dial back on their orders, and that's going to lead to a lot less business for the ports and all of the other logistics companies that rely on it for their business. If there is a drop-off in imports, dock workers are going to have fewer hours, they're going to lose some of their pay.
Wait.
A lot of truck drivers are...
I thought this was supposed to be good for the American workers. Wait, Sean Fain told me. Hold on now. Wait. You're telling me that this is going to fuck port workers? Wait.
A mom and...
Yo, Cheesy Bread, thank you for gifting to Micah. Wait. Also, I mean, everybody who's saying that this is going to be good for American workers, you're a fucking idiot. Like, you're actually so stupid. Nothing that Trump does will ever be in the benefit of American working people, ever. Ever. It's not going to happen, dude. Actually, you know what? Here, let me show you this. Jessica Burbank posted a very, very good video today that I actually think is genuinely genius. Like, I think it's the perfect commentary on this right now. It's so good. Check it out here.
Hasn't canceled the tariffs. No, he hasn't. He's going to crush the global economy. Why do this? Why would they? To bring manufacturing jobs to the United States? But why would the richest men in America and tech billionaires like Peter Thiel care about manufacturing? Why would tech billionaires and oligarchs want manufacturing on U.S. soil? It doesn't make any sense. Labor's more expensive here. No company's gonna front the capital to rebuild a factory in the United States, and the workers aren't even trained here. Think in centuries. They say they want to give people jobs. People don't want to do manufacturing jobs 10 hours of a repetitive motion for their entire working lives. These jobs shouldn't be done by people. Right. Robots and computers, they're not going to have to pay people to do those jobs. That's why they want the factories in the United States. They want to run them. And they want interest rates down because they're going to take out bank loans to front the capital to build the factories in the United States and furnish them with robots. Yes. They're going to get infinitely wealthy. But if robots are replacing some of the necessary labor in the economy, then maybe regular working people will have less hours. And the owners of the factories aren't going to share any of the money made off of them. Don't you think workers are more likely to resist that economic order if they can't be fired for their resistance? They won't have jobs. They'd have nothing to lose. So who's going to buy the stuff they make in the factory? Exactly. He's still...
Dude. It's so true. Like, this is the best read on it. I think she goes a little bit like far in the end, you know, like doing like speculation on what that that economy looks like and shit. But it's true. It's true. The defining question of our life is who owns the robots, right? I have nothing against automating production. I have nothing against automating, you know, like workers. Honestly, it's not a dignified life to drive a truck across the country back and forth for your entire lifetime. Human beings actually deserve better than that, in my opinion. And this is no hate on people who do that work. It's like good work, you know. But it's like we actually do need like to wish better for our lives. If those can be automated, no, that's good. No. They shouldn't scare you. Human beings driving them on meth should scare you. And that's what's on every highway you've ever driven on. Okay. Listen. Humans are not good at driving. Robots can be way better. I saw something that said max 15% of the workforce would work in factories if we reindustrialized. I mean, listen, read Bullshit Jobs, David Graeber. That's a hyper relevant book to this moment as well. Like how this is actually not new. Like so many jobs don't need to exist. And I don't mean this in the Elon Doge way, but like if your job is like getting information in your email and then forwarding that information to another person via email, which is a lot of fucking people's jobs, okay? Yeah, you're it's a lot of people's jobs. No shade. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of people's jobs. I'm just saying, like, you have a bullshit job, you know, like these jobs don't really need to exist, but they have to exist because people have to fucking eat, and America's biggest, we have to consume, but apparently we are not going to consume anything because Trump is going to charge the only place that manufactures goods 125% tariffs. Of course, they're not the only place, but for in regards to America, like we're not going to be able to just move the entire like tech industry to India overnight or Bangladesh or Vietnam even. This is not going to happen. Probably UBI. That is kind of the interesting thing though, is that like Marx's critique is going to get so true. Like it's actually like these are genuine material conditions that expose the contradiction of capital and private ownership in a way that's like really on its face, and we're already kind of getting into that moment. And so if it does continue into that kind of thing, or in 5 years or whatever, the tariffs are still around, and this is possible, you know. They're telling us what they want to do, and I think that is the reason that they want to do it. You know, all this AI robot angle is a little crazy. It's putting the cart before the horse. Doesn't mean that's not what they're plotting because they're that fucking stupid. No. I don't think, I mean, listen, like, automation is already happening in many factories, okay? It's not like every single thing, but like fewer and fewer workers are going to be required. 100%, yes. It's not going to be zero human workers, like fully automated factory, but it's already like fewer and fewer. If even in like the factories that do exist to build cars now, you know, like building an F-150 is not the same as it was in the 50s. Like they required a lot more people in the 50s. The productivity of the average worker has gone up a fuckload. The wages have not. And I don't think that dynamic is going to change. The productivity of the American economy is going to continue to increase, especially if we do end up building manufacturing here. But the wages and the American working class are not going to get better just by virtue of being around while that's happening. You know, like I think a lot of people are just assuming that that's going to be good for American workers. And if we don't have like strong unions and like, I mean, fuck strong unions. If we don't own the fucking robots, bro, if we don't have ownership of the means of production, then we will not benefit. Like, and I don't know. I think that's it's going to be clear. It's going to be more and more clear as we develop into this moment. And yeah, here is us being right way too early. That's okay. But only protesting will never get us there. I agree. We have to organize. Yeah. I agree. They're not going to give us the robots, you know, voluntarily. We're going to have to take that shit. Yeah. Can I ask you a question? Yeah, go ahead. You already did. Now you're asking me two. And they can't be built overnight. No, exactly. Exactly. There's another education angle on this too. Like where we're not like teaching people, like our education system is not one where like the workforce is going to be prepared to like go into building robots at mass scale like this. I don't know. There's a lot that is just kind of silly with how they envision this going, but the biggest one is that it's really like, putting China on the up to bat in many ways. Like, are you ready to step up and be the to be the leader of the world? And like, are you gonna do that? And I think the answer is like in many ways no. In the way that America did, no. Like, I don't think they're going to, and that's a good thing. Mecha Trump will not let that happen. Where does this whole birth rate thing come into automating the workforce? Why make a population that won't be working? Is it just they want the smaller working class to be white? Oh, the whole, you mean like Elon's birth rate thing? I mean, they're eugenicists. Elon's birth rate and obsession with family is truly eugenicist. He thinks he is a genetically superior person, and so therefore he needs to like make more genetically superior. He's doing humanity a favor by having as many kids as possible because his genetics are so special and great. That's what drives that. I don't think it has anything to do with workforce. They don't, also like their genetics. They're obsessed with their own birth rates. They're not like, I don't think they care about like being underpopulated. They're the first people to talk about overpopulation all the fucking time. People who are Elon dick riders are like, they're the ones who are like, there's too many people. Oh, Nathan Tankus, who the fuck is that? Spoke on Hassan's stream earlier and stated that the financial elite are worried about our birth rates in America. I think that's actually a misreading of their attitude towards it. They're worried about white birth rates because they're eugenicists, man. They're eugenicists. They want the bad people to not have babies and stop making babies. And they want the good people, aka white people, the white rich people. Yeah, that's what it is. Oh, Tank has clarified that. I mean, I didn't listen, but I don't think I think reading their birth rate obsession as, oh, they just want everybody to have more babies, I think is a misread of that. That's not how it goes. They want very specific people to have as many babies as possible. It's true. Anyway, it was a good interview. He kind of schooled Hassan a little bit. It's part racist, and also population growth is a driver of GDP growth. So it's also in their profit motive. I do wonder if China can replace America without using global shifts. Like functioning as a reserve currency will put them into a deficit. And being in that deficit means financialization of your market because you can't sell manufactured goods because it inflates your cost compared to the countries who need to sell. However, China doesn't want to gut their labor force and repeat the trappings of the U.S. capital. No, I think the difference is of China being like one of the big like the global like leader of the hegemony and shit is that they're not imperialist. They don't have a history of like invading other countries and like forcing by military their financial will. So I think that's immediately just like a massive difference, But I also don't think America's just gonna like not continue to do that, Like they're not, they do like soft power stuff, but we can't compare that to like 1 million fucking Iraqis dead, That's not the same. I don't know. I think the United States is not going to stop being imperialist overnight just because China is a big guy. Like, they want to fucking go to war with China. Their response, as with everything, their response to this is entirely violence. Violence is never the answer. It's the only answer. It's the only fucking answer for the United States government. Anyway, let's get through these videos.
Pot businesses, and they've had a very tough few years, and so you're going to see truck drivers suffer, and you're also probably going to see that trickle down to other parts of the regional economy, to the diners, the cafes, the bars, the restaurants, and the other service industries that basically rely on logistics sector to do well for their business. When you go to your local grocery store, you may see the truck in the parking lot and not give it a second thought, but that's a delivery of goods that started its life in a factory in China and was loaded onto a ship and brought to the United States, and then maybe loaded onto a freight train and hauled halfway across the country and then delivered to the store that day. And if the tariffs cause the economy to slow down, then that whole logistics network, it's going to continue operating, but it's also going to slow down, and it's going to hurt people in that industry.
100% Pakistani. Of course they would rather die than work with China.
Joining me now.
Of course. Of course. Although, we're going to get into this later, but I think they're going to make Vietnam incredibly rich as a result of this. But we'll get into it later. First, we're going to hear from Erin Burnett. Apparently, she breaks out a whiteboard. I know, I heard the gasps. I heard it through the chat. Not a whiteboard.
Now is...
we'll see how Trump can recover from this.
Brent Nyman. He's an economist and former Treasury official in the Biden administration. His research was cited by the Trump White House, really to help them justify the reciprocal tariff rates. So they said, look at this research, look at this. This is where we get this crucial number that gets us to these stratospheric tariff rates. So, Brent, I really appreciate your taking the time here. I just want to start off with you because we've got the math, and I've spent a lot of today. I've got my, going through the math. Sorry, I'm just holding it up for people that we were going through.
This is the math. I do the math here. No calc anywhere in sight. I did it all in my head.
So you see these high tariff rates, and Trump sitting there on the screen, and it's scrolling by country after country after country, and you see your works used to justify them. What did you think in that moment?
Yeah, thanks, Erin, for having me on the show. I was on Wednesday of last week, I was in a University of Chicago macroeconomics seminar, and my phone started blowing up with those pictures of the president in the Rose Garden with that screen.
I saw a tweet by Anna Economics that suggests that current tariff rates post readjustment are actually worse for the U.S. economy than the ones before. Yeah, it's not good. We rely on China for a lot of fucking stuff, man. A lot of stuff.
Big numbers, and many more countries.
It was like I've seen like 600 billion dollars of goods, coming in.
Listed than I thought.
We don't grow bananas. China probably doesn't either. We get our bananas from Central America.
And so, with apologies to the speaker, I couldn't really focus. And then the next day, I woke up and there was a bunch of emails from journalists in my inbox, and a former colleague had posted that they released the methodology explaining what...
Yo, Crafty, thank you for the tier 1. Chuck Dies, thank you for the gifted sub. Happy birthday, Chuck. You missed it earlier. We did a birthday dance for you, but... Happy birthday, Chuck.
They've done to calculate these tariffs, and they had cited, not many papers, and one of them was a paper I wrote together with Alberto Cavallo, Gita Gopinath, and Jenny Tang. And
wait, why isn't the Chuck birthday working? Is it working for you guys? Do it again. Somebody made a whole emote for your birthday. That should tell you how much you are loved in these spaces, Chuck.
So I started digging in and looking at, how my work could have possibly informed this policy, which I really think is a terrible policy. So I ended up writing an op-ed on it, and I think it's been well received so far.
All right, so you're shocked because you couldn't understand how could be used in this way. I just want to ask you though,
that's interesting,
because there's how your work was used in
Guangdong. You live in Guangdong? Are you in China right now? That's sick. Yeah, I know Vietnam has a lot of banana trees too, but yeah, I would assume it'd be like southern China. What up, Casey? How are you?
Correctly, and then there's the premise of what they've done. The premise of what they have done basically is, as you've described it, do unto others as they do unto you. Right? That they, that the way they define reciprocal, the premise that they have approached this with. Do you support that, just on its base, forgetting the math that they use? Do you support their logic?
Well, they build it as a reciprocal tariff. So, what I was expecting is that they would look at what other countries charge as tariffs to the United States, and if they're 2, 3, 4 percentage points higher, we might try to bridge that gap with a reciprocal tariff of our own. Maybe they would look also at non-tariff barriers, et cetera, but they did nothing of the sort. The main issue with these tariffs is that they defined them such that they would eliminate bilateral trade deficits between the United States and every trade partner that we have in the world, one by one.
Yeah, this is hilarious too, because it's like the deficit shit is so weird, where Trump is like, 0 is not low enough. 0% tariffs, not low enough. We're gonna force you to buy our cars. You're gonna buy a lot of shit from us. It comes with a cost too.
Where we run deficits. And once you make that the goal of the
policy, of course we have a deficit with everywhere, dude. Of course, yeah. There's 300 million fucking fat hogs who just sit around all day and shove their fucking face and buy shit they don't need from the internet. This is American culture. This is American culture. Of course, we take and take, and we don't give shit. Of course, dude. Yes. That we have a deficit with everybody. That is the way that this shit has always worked. And also, this wasn't of our choosing either. American capitalists made it this way. Like, it's not like China grabbed Ford or whatever fucking company you want to bring in, mention here, and was like, hey, you guys, we have compromise against you. You have to move your factories to China or buy our product. No, that's not what happened. American fucking companies went in here, like, we're in America, and said, fuck you to a bunch of American working class communities and left them to fucking die. Literally just massive towns, cities all across this country that are former company towns and are bleak and just fucking run out, dude. Just dead. And that's sad. And nobody's ever paid for that. The capitalists just got mega fucking wealthy. This is their plan. And now we get to pay these tariffs. Fuck this, dude. It's so shit. It's so shit.
See, it's over. You're done. Whatever formula you come up with and whatever numbers you plug into that formula, you're not going to get a good trade policy. You're instead gonna come up with something that can do real harm to Americans and I think to the whole world.
Right, and that's the basic, just to say to people that there might be a country, I know, you and I were talking earlier about examples, say Sri Lanka, where Americans buy a lot of clothes, but Sri Lanka does not buy a lot of gas turbines, for example, right? That's not a trade imbalance that would need to be corrected, right? But they're approaching it as if it is.
Right. I mean, I certainly expected, frankly, that, China would be on the list, maybe even Europe.
I think there's also a part of this which does go back to like the American imperialism aspect, where Trump is going to enter into these negotiations with a lot of these companies and the attitude is going to be zero is not enough if you want to keep exporting cheap clothes that our companies put in your, our companies came in and like totally redid your entire economy to benefit our consumers. Now, if you want to continue doing that, you also need to have a military base, and you need to buy all of our guns. Like, that's what it's going to be. Is you need to buy a lot of our guns. You need to buy all these missiles. Find someone to shoot them at if you want, but you're definitely going to be buying these guns. Like, that's what it is. That's what it's going to be. That's what it's going to be. I don't want to click on Hassan. Hassan is offline. Okay, sweetie. No, I'm just kidding. Crash test. We're gonna stick on. We're gonna keep going.
See, like you said, Sri Lanka, Jordan is on the list, Zambia is on the list, and the reason is just because we happen to buy a lot of textiles and jewelry and coffee from those countries, and they don't buy that much high tech equipment or gas turbines, like you said. And so I think
watch Bernie. He's doing a town hall on CNN. Listen, if Bernie lifts up a hammer and sickle flag on CNN, let me know. Yeah, let's watch Bernie Sanders. I don't care, dude. It's probably better than this, but all right, we'll look. Have we not seen this story 100 times? Wait, it's on CNN. How do we know it's on CNN?
He sat there attentively listening to.
What about Ja Rule? What about Ja Rule? What about Ja Rule, dude? Tell me.
And yet, out of fear of losing their grants, and I understand that, they got a lot of money there, they are willing to change their curriculum to bow down before Trump. You add all of that together, the attack on law firms. You have Trump for the first time in history.
Wait, how is this
saying to a
where
judge,
are the people? How is this a town hall?
I don't like the decision.
You're on a fucking soundstage. What are we doing?
It's not America. What our Constitution is about is a separation of power, executive, judiciary, legislative, an independent judiciary. You don't threaten and intimidate judges because they rule against you. That is a movement toward authoritarianism. And I would hope...
I'm just like, what is the point, guys? Can somebody who asked me to watch this, can you explain, do you still get hope from this? Like, does this still make you feel good? This gives me nothing. This gives me nothing. I don't know. And like I said, the moment he can change it, the moment that he switches and is like, break from the Democrats, build a working class party right now, I'm like, I'll be glued there. But until he does that, I kind of low-key like don't care what he says. It doesn't mean anything to me.
Destroy their business with all their corporate clients.
You got it. You got it. I mean, it is...
The universities, I just want to put some numbers to what you're talking about, because the administration canceled $400 million of funding to Columbia, froze $790 million to Northwestern.
If he was challenging power, he would not be on CNN. I disagree. If he was challenging power, if it was Bernie challenging power, he has the potential, and that's newsworthy. And they will, like, Capital will sell us, they're going to sell us the rope that we hang them with, right? They will cover our revolution for sure.
Function of education is to try to pursue the truth. Now, your truth may be different from my truth, but that's what the function of a higher education is. So to tell their students, oh, by the way, we're going to cave in to an authoritarian type president in order to protect our money is a gross mistake and a disservice and a very bad lesson, I think, to teach their students. So what worries me, I am seeing major media corporations like ABC, like Meta, caving in and reaching settlements CBS offended.
Bro, they've been. What do you mean? Every single one of these fucking mainstream media outlets did defense of an act of genocide.
No kidding. You've done interviews with
Like, what are we talking? We have not had journalistic independence for decades. The fuck are you talking about, Bernie?
Of judges, of universities. I hope the American people wake up and demand, or whatever your point of view, I don't care what your point of view is on this or that issue. This is deeper than that. This is whether or not we remain a free society where people, if they're going to threaten to sue you, are you going to have people on your show who are going to be, in disagreement with Trump? Or do we now all bow down to our new king, President Trump? That is not the kind of nation.
What is going on? What is Mimi? What is going on with you? Don't feel embarrassed. My body is constantly humiliating. I once tried to shotgun a juice box and I threw up. And then you guys are just talking about throwing up?
Hi, I'm Premium Wireless. $15.
Okay, they went to commercial. All right, we're gonna. Military helicopters flying over my house right now. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. Okay, wait. Let's watch this.
Trump told you this morning it was a great time to buy. Did you listen? If you did, you're rich.
The markets right now are extremely good.
Did you buy? Did you listen to Donald Trump? Are you sitting around watching a Trump speech with your finger on the button to buy? Are you doing that? Because you should be, because you'd be rich if you did. Buy my coin. Announcing today, Fox News coin. Buy. Trust me, it's going to go up. Trust me.
The stock market had its best day in American history. The president
oh my God.
announced pausing reciprocal tariffs for 90 days on every country and dropping all tariffs to 10% on all countries except China. China just got hit with a 125% tariff. They're the only country that lost, and they lost big. And that's the point. China never picked up the phone. And
they lost. They lost. We win. Simple as. I'm really lucky I had that lobotomy. This is hitting, dude. After the lobotomy, this shit hits so fucking hard, dude.
Instead,
once they scooped my brain out, and I just thought about, oh, America win? Oh, America win! America win! Yay!
Retaliate.
America wins! We won!
The world, our allies, wouldn't stop calling.
These countries are calling us up, kissing my ass. They are dying to make a deal. Please, sir, make a deal. I'll do anything, sir.
Trump created maximum leverage for himself, and now his team's sitting pretty, taking meetings and doing deals that put America
sitting
first.
Pretty. Oh my God. Like, what happens? I don't understand what Trump thinks happen. Like, this is so Trumpian. It's so fascist. Everything about this is just so fascist. All you can do is win. Listen, we are the powerful ones. They are the weak ones. There's no downside to this at all. Trump has all the leverage. Like, literally, there's no way that this could be negative. They're just like bashing you over the head with the idea that there's no way that this could be negative for Americans. That there's no, like, China has no leverage. Nothing negative could happen from China just saying eat it and calling the bluff. You know, China's going to fail and America's going to thrive, even though we don't have access to China's manufacturing. That's just insane.
And if we don't like how the negotiation's going, our partners have seen the kind of pain we can cause, and they're motivated to do what we want, or else we'll make them feel the same pain.
Okay, and like, listen, I'm telling you, and I'm excited for the rest of the coverage we got tonight. and I want to get to it because I think Vietnam, they're already doing it. You're hearing Vietnam mentioned a lot as one of the first countries that came to negotiate. I think Vietnam is going to completely get rid of American tariffs, and they're going to do whatever Trump wants outside of maybe a military base. They're going to do whatever Trump wants to just have zero tariffs from Vietnamese exports. Vietnam already did 0 for 0. Yes, but Trump is saying 0 is not enough. So many countries. Trump already asked. Vietnam already asked. Right. That's what I'm saying. We're gonna talk about that later. We're gonna talk about their position. I think my prediction is that Vietnam will do whatever it takes. They will do whatever it takes to get that American market and become the manufacturing and shipping hub for the entire region as this goes. Reverse tariffs? No, it'll be like you have to buy all of our guns, buy these missiles, let us install a military base. Like that's what it'll be. And like I said, we have coverage later from Luna Oi about something that happened last year, which is like a joint security commission that Vietnam entered into with America, which was, so that'll give us a little bit of context from the past and like where Vietnam is coming into this moment. And then she also released a video today about Vietnam's response and where she thinks it'll go from here. So I'm really excited for that coverage.
Everyone said you don't want to be last to come to the table, and China was last.
We saw the successful negotiating strategy that President Trump implemented a week ago today. It has brought...
I love that their evidence for this working is that countries are calling them. Like, we've had 75 countries call me. That doesn't mean anything. That means like absolutely nothing. Yeah, they're probably calling you being like, hey, what the fuck is going on over there, dude? Like, hello, what's going on? We're not happy about this. Like getting a phone call. This is the equivalent of like your girlfriend texting you, we need to talk, and you being like, nice, another date. This is you being like, sick, we got another date. And the text reads, we need to talk.
5 countries forward to negotiate. It took great courage for him to stay the course until this moment. And what we have ended up with here, as I told everyone a week ago, they're in this very spot, do not...
What up, Acid?
And you will be rewarded.
We're missing you.
So every country in the world who wants to come in...
We lost Acid Burns to the Rumble chat. I was genuinely a little worried that Acid was forever lost to the Rumble chat. When we had the Rumble chat going, Acid was in there the whole time. And then we stopped streaming on Rumble and Acid disappeared. I was like, oh, fuck. They went to Rumble permanently.
Negotiate. We are willing to hear you.
Bring back Rumble era. I have everything I need. We're gonna get through this video soon. So I'm just I'm a ping pong ball. I cannot focus right now. But I have everything for the new computer, so I'm gonna build it tomorrow. Would it be? I don't know if we did like a chill I don't know if we could really, but. We did like a PC build stream. That'd be kind of fun, right? That could be cool.
If you called, you're an ally. And we fly you in for a trade summit. China didn't call this morning.
You do not want Twitch chat to watch you build a computer? Get ready for backseaters. I mean, I might need some help. I don't know. I might need help. Too much thermal paste, bro.
4% tariff on
I'm driving. Cheesy Bread is driving. Cheesy Bread has been driving this build from the beginning.
American exports. And that told us exactly who they were, not our friends. This was a trap, and China walked right into it.
This was his strategy all along, and that you might even say that he goaded China into a bad position they responded. They have shown themselves to the world to be the bad actors. And we are willing to cooperate with our allies and with our trading partners who did not retaliate. It wasn't a hard message. Don't retaliate, things will turn out well.
A trapped rat lashes out. So we have to manage the death of China so that we don't get sick. China's embarrassed about being so isolated.
The death of China. Dude, this is copium on a massive. This is like unforeseen levels of copium. Unforeseen levels. The death of China. This is entirely an own goal. Like this. And again, like, what is the benefit? What is the benefit of it? You need to build your PC and impersonate Bjork checking out the insides of a TV. They have all of these little buildings and these wires. The elevators that the people take up. And that's why you should never trust a poet. Should never trust the TV.
So we have to throw him a great funeral and tell him it's a birthday party.
Many of you in the media clearly missed the art of the deal. You clearly failed to see what President Trump is doing here. You tried to say that the rest of the world would be moved closer to China when in fact we've seen the opposite effect.
Art of the deal in action. Which is really awesome because Art of the Deal, if you don't know, is a biographic book. It's like shit pop, like it's airport fucking bookshelf fodder. By, you know, quote unquote by Donald Trump. The guy who ghost wrote it has come out and said that he's like one of the worst people he's ever met. He also is the person that we get the info that he had a copy of Mein Kampf in his room. However, he also thinks he said that he doesn't think Trump has ever read a book in his entire life.
The entire world is calling the United States of America, not China, because they need our markets, they need our consumers, and they need this president in the Oval Office to talk to them. And that's exactly why more than 75 countries have called, because the United States of America is the best place in the world to do business. And as the president has shown great courage, as the secretary has said, in choosing to retaliate against China even higher.
After unleashing a pandemic and now this, China is not in a position to play hardball, and they'll have to sign something to ease the pain, or else they won't last long in the New World Order.
A deal could be made with every one of them. A deal's going to be made with China. A deal's going to be made with every one of them, and there'll be fair deals. I just want fair. They will be fair deals for everybody, but they weren't fair to the United States. They were sucking us dry, and you can't do that.
We made China, and we can break them.
This is the thing. China might do a deal. I think China is probably going to go to the table as long as possible. But it's also like the level of misunderstanding and the gap between reality and where Trump is operating from is so large. I don't see how China, I don't see why they would ever come to a deal that Trump would agree to. Like, I think they're gonna wait. They're just gonna sit here and wait and allow the prices to go up. You know, Trump's position only gets worse with time. China's position is pretty decent. Like, they can be fine. Trump, when everything in America goes up 125% that's made in China, like, that's gonna be really fucked up for Trump. That's gonna be bad for him.
The consensus over there is their economy is already having a heart seizure, slowly
I'm sure,
downwards. Dude. The only way they survive is selling products to us. So America has the power to set the terms. Every country around the world is moving production out of there, and they know it. If China had played fair for the last 4 decades, they would have built up a little goodwill. But they're a predatory power trying to wipe us off the map. And Mr. Wonderful isn't feeling so wonderful.
I'm advocating 400%. I do business in China.
This dumbass, bro.
They don't play by the rules. They've been in the WTO for decades. They have never
Wait, what are the rules again?
abided by any of the
Like the rule that you know, like don't do a genocide? Is that wait, not those rules. We don't follow those rules. Those rules don't exist anymore. What rules is he talking about? He's like, hey, you're providing your people with like a very high quality standard of living and also able to like pay them less than like American workers because we provide them with zero standard of living. You know? Wow, you're using the government to keep living costs down so that you can in turn have very competitive wages for the rest of the world. That's against the rules.
The rules they agreed to when they came in for decades. They cheat, they steal IP. I can't litigate in their courts. They take product, technology, they steal it, they manufacture it, and sell it back here. I want Xi on an airplane to watch.
By the way, chat. I've already decided on our movie. For Saturday for movie night. We're watching Ascension, which is a really incredible documentary about the Chinese working class. I think I might be able to get one of the directors on. It's so good. This film is so good. Yeah, we do movie nights on Saturday. This movie's so good. I can't wait to watch it with you guys. Yeah, it's really good. Really, really good. And I actually met the director of photography, and who's the husband of the director. And we've like hung out a few times. So I'm gonna reach out to him. See if we can get him on. Why not? Where can I watch it? Here on Saturday.
Washington to level the playing field. Xi can only stay the supreme leader
Saturday night, come through.
if people are employed. America is the number one.
Ex-Nazi thinks I'm Spider-Man during a Palestine protest. 420 subscribed for 16 months.
Thank you for the sub, Nori.
On Earth with all the cards. We will not have that forever. It's time to squeeze Chinese heads into the wall.
Well, that's a graphic image, and it's starting to happen. Chinese cargo ships are turning around in the middle of the Pacific. You know what else is in those cargo ships? Fentanyl. Send it back. There's nowhere for their cargo to go with a 125% tariff. If you bought furniture from China after it got slapped on, you're paying double. And now the move is...
VO! Welcome in. Thank you for the raid, VO. I hope you had a good stream. I was actually watching for like 2 hours, lurking earlier, because I secretly love tarot. I'm a big tarot fan. So anytime you do tarot, VO, I'm probably lurking. But I'm also too scared to have my cards read. I mean, I have had them read many times before, but not in public. It's a private thing. I need you to read my cards in private.
...is to buy American. The Amish make great stuff. Or less expensive furniture from another country, but not China. Remember how Reagan crushed the Soviet Union? He used economic force and military spending to break them into pieces. Trump has an opportunity to do the exact same thing here in China. It's what everybody has always wanted.
Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, Crazy Nancy, they've wanted to do this for years, but they never had a president that had the guts to do it, because it does take guts. So just be cool. It's going to work out. It's going to work out, and it's...
I mean, he's not even wrong, dude. I think like this protectionist policy, like in the name of American workers, is actually, there's a ton of appetite for it. It's the way that Trump is doing it that is upsetting liberals. It's not the actual policy itself.
Working out. I can tell you, working out maybe faster than I thought. It's going to take a little conditioning. It's a transition to, I think it's a transition to greatness. It's going to be greatness. Our country is going to be, there'll be nothing like it. And people investing in our country, they're going to do better than they've ever done before.
Trump has the cards and he's telling everyone, be cool. JP Morgan, the CEO, Jamie Dimon, he's cool.
Trade deals.
Just be Jamie Dimon. Be cool. Look at Jamie Dimon, dude. This guy's, he's cool. What's wrong with you? Why can't you be cool? I don't know. I'm about like 9 zeros away from that guy. Like,
those are very large and very complex. They can't be done overnight, but you really have to have teams working them to get them right. I'm taking a calm view, but I think it could get worse if we don't make some progress here. Let them settle down, take a deep breath, negotiate some trade deals. That's the best thing they can do.
Money managers on Wall Street are finally starting to cool off.
Jamie is calm and cool.
We needed to
like, I don't know. It's just the implication is always so funny because it's like, yeah, you should be acting the same as these billionaires. You guys have the same interests. It's like, whoa, no, that's an insane assumption, man. This guy wants me to starve to death. Like, this guy could care less. He actually would like to kill me, probably. If he knew my politics and knew what I advocated for, he would definitely have his security guards kill me without a second thought if he could get away with it.
Reset our trade policy. The U.S. is the second freest trading market in the world financially after Japan, and is the freest trading market in the world considering non-tariff barriers. Why is that written in stone? Why shouldn't we be the 10th or the 20th? The policies that have been in place since the end of World War II are not fit for today.
It makes sense Democrats want to do nothing on trade. They're stuck in the past. They think we're living in Nazi Germany. Before today's record rally, Democrats were screaming, who's going to make my Nikes?
Let's pretend for a moment the sneakers are going to get made here in the United States. Who's going to work in those factories? It's one of the reasons we have such a need for immigrants in this country, because Americans aren't willing to take the lowest skilled jobs.
She's right.
Okay, wait. Is it factory work or is it lowest skilled jobs? Those are not the same thing at all. Factory work is often incredibly technical and like requires intense training in order to do it. So there's that. But then there's also like Americans want security, man. It's really not complicated. We want a livable wage. We want to be able to go on vacation for 2 or 3, or God forbid, a month of a year. You know, we want to have like a few beers after work, watch the ball game. It's not complicated, you know. People think back on factory jobs positively because it was the last time that like a single family income could afford like and pay for the kids to go to school, and like there's all of these things, all of these like new avenues where upward mobility is basically non-existent for the working class right now, you know. And that's not going to just come back because the factories are there. And the newsflash, they're not there. They're not there. But even if we take them at their word and the factories all do come back, there's no guarantee that A, human beings are going to be working there at the same prevalence that they were 60 years ago, or, you know, B, that they're going to be well paid and like union jobs that actually give people a livable wage. Those are not guarantees in any meaningful way at all. At all. Like for the way that they're talking about it, they're making the assumption that all these companies are going to make less profit by building in America, that they're all going to just take an L and like, you know, make less money than they did last year. If you know anything about capitalism, that's not how this shit works. You're saying they're going to have to take less profit and also make massive investments in building manufacturing in America? Like, no, that's not how that works. Art of the deal, baby. What do I know? I'm just a dumbass, you know?
We don't have sweatshops here. You might pay more for Nikes, unless we make them in Vietnam or Greenland. And Chris Matthews is worried about wood.
Wait, why are you smirking talking about manufacturing in Greenland? Ain't nobody live in Greenland, dude. There's nobody living in Greenland, bro. The fuck you mean?
What are we going to do?
Vietnam, we will talk about later.
Have more lumber made in the United States now? What is our plan now? Are we going to make more wood in this country because of our trade deal? I don't think so.
Wood grows on trees, Chris. Get out of Manhattan. The United States produces the most lumber in the whole world. Now that Trump's giving the world a 90-day tariff hiatus to cut America first trade deals, Democrats want to know, what did you know and when did you know it?
WTF? Who's in charge?
The president.
This is the resistance. Dude, WTF? You opened a freaking concentration camp? WTF? Dude, you're really not supposed to do that. OMG.
The United States is in charge.
If you came here knowing that you were going to be turned off, that these tariffs were going to be turned off, why didn't you include that in your opening statement? Why didn't you reference that as part of your testimony?
Well, I don't disclose my conversations with the president, sir.
If it's not market manipulation, what is it? Who's benefiting? What billionaire just got richer? WTF?
Okay, this is awesome. Dude, sometimes Fox News, new sub alert. Yeah, actually, bro. Sometimes Fox News dunks on liberals like better than we ever could. That's actually so funny. I gotta play it back. Are they not allowed to curse? Who cares? What do you mean? We're talking, they shipped people to a death camp in El Salvador. What do you mean? Are they allowed to curse? We should be fucking... I'm not allowed to say what they should be doing if they had any fucking heart, bro. I can't tell you what they should be doing because I'm not allowed. These people are fucking Congress people.
I don't disclose my conversations with the president, sir.
If it's not market manipulation, what is it? Who's benefiting? What billionaire just got richer? WTF?
Adam Schiff wants Trump investigated for dropping tariffs.
That is very funny.
The exact thing.
Is it against the decorum of Congress to shit on the table and leave?
Man, did he do?
No, because that guy from Louisiana who brings his dog everywhere, that dog definitely shits all over.
I'm writing to the White House to demand who knew in advance that the president was going to once again flip-flop on tariffs, and our people.
Yeah, baby girl.
There is just all too much opportunity for people in the White House and the administration to be insider trading.
Insider trading, that's fun.
Yeah, who knew? I'll click a Blue Sky link for you. The amount of spy calls increased over 10x, literally 10 minutes before the announcement. Wow. God. That's so cool. Wow. I mean, I told you to buy. I said you should buy.
Funny. At 9, Trump said...
Sounds like he told everybody.
The market rallied after the tariff pause. How much you want to bet Nancy made a killing? Paulie P's not a panicking. Schiff's a panicking. And you can't trust a panicking.
A panicking.
The shrill voices that you're hearing this week about tariffs are the same scoundrels and frauds who never...
This is the worst name he's ever cooked. Panicins gotta be the worst. Listen, if you're gonna do an American, if you're gonna work off of American, it has to be 3 syllables. Or American. It has to be 4 syllables. Panicking doesn't make people think of of American. Panakin Skywalker. Panakin Skywalker is really good. That's really good.
Never thought twice about when the United States lost 90,000 factories and plants. Think of that, 90,000. The same people now telling me about.
Yeah, genuinely, a Panakin would have been better. It's just not good. It's really just not good. It's just really not good. Panakin at the disco, true.
How to deal with China.
China.
The ones who sold out America for decades to China. I'm proud to be the president for the workers, not the outsourcers. The president who stands up for Main Street, not Wall Street. Who protects the middle class, not the political class. And who defends America, not trade cheaters.
This is a test for everybody. Are you for cheap slave labor in China?
Oh, wait. Now you're talking about working conditions in China? Wait. Now they're like, hey, actually, not very woke of you to be buying from China. Do you know about their working conditions? Have you heard of Foxconn? Suicide nets, guys. Here in America, we'll be better. We'll treat our workers better. Mr. Bongwater, thank you for the tier 1 for 3 months.
Country that gets really rich taking our money and then just sends us viruses, drugs, and spies.
No more Oreos.
Free spirit and lives. Or are you for the U.S. and the rest of our trading allies, who are all just looking for a good bargain and don't want to die doing it? Wall Street's, they're starting to get it. Economic patriotism is in the air.
For too long.
It's funny because in China they have nets, but in America, in our factories, they just don't allow you to have, shoelaces or belts. They actually spend quite a lot on suicide prevention because most of them are in fucking prisons. They're in prisons, okay? Yes, we have factories. We produce a lot of things in prison. In fucking prisons.
Financial policy has served large financial institutions at the expense of smaller ones. No more. No more. For the next 4 years, the Trump agenda is focused on Main Street. It's Main Street's turn. It's Main Street's turn to hire workers. It's Main Street's turn to drive investment. And it's Main Street's turn to restore the American dream.
What is that? What does that mean? It's on us? Wait, he means like the working people? It's on us. Wait, when have we ever had control over this? Like you, again, the capitalists, people like this fucking guy, they took the industries, they relocated their factories around the world to better exploit the global working class. To more exploit the global working class because American workers unionized and fought back. And now they're like, yeah, we left you to die, but we're coming back. And now, actually, could you fix this, please? We're going to need you all to fix this. It's not on us. Fuck you. Like, yeah, we will fix it, but you're not going to be the owner. You're not going to be the ownership. We'll make a factory. I'm down. Let's make factories here, but we own them. The working class owns them. The proletariat will own the factory, and we will decide what we make, and we will decide how it's made, and we will decide what we pay each other, and we will decide, who we sell it to.
Elected to restore the American dream. And for many Americans, it's been dead for decades.
We're making dildos, boys.
It might be scary for the other half of the country who made it to watch Trump wrestle it back to life for those who haven't yet. The president is just trying to give every American an opportunity to be great because we're all in this together.
Look, there are a lot of countries do a lot of things well, but there's no country with quite the innovation we have, quite the capabilities. To me, we have this unbelievable position energy, this unbelievable
innovation. Dude, they're saying this as DeepSeek was made for like, what was it, like $6 million they made DeepSeek? And it absolutely fucking cratered the entire AI department that we've spent like $300 billion Like, what are you talking about? Innovate. What have we innovated in the last 40 years? In any of our lifetimes, what innovation? The iPhone made in China? That's what you're talking about? What are you talking about? Weapons? Okay.
Our financial services, we have the best financial markets in the world. I'm talking about all of it: capital markets, hedge funds, private equity, investors. And it is part of the flywheel that creates all this innovation you see. And you don't just see it in New York, you see it in Silicon Valley, but you see it in St. Louis, in Kansas, in Austin, in Nashville. And so, this country's unbelievable.
Okay, the Dorito Taco, very American, very innovative. I stand corrected.
When China steals our jobs and takes our trade secrets and then just ships us poison and shoddy products. It's like playing golf with a guy who lies about his handicap and he keeps beating you and beating you and beating you. Are you just going to let him lie?
Oh, Chuck. Loving us on his birthday. That's crazy. Doing the opposite birthday thing, giving us all cake. Let's go. Thank you, Chuck. Appreciate the 50 banger.
No, you say no. You hit him in the head with a wedge and you never play him again. Sometimes you just have to trust your gut and do the right thing.
I'll be right back.
And it's not over yet.
Take my dinner.
But it looks like it's going in the right direction.
I know what the hell I'm doing. I know what I'm doing.
Do you?
You know what I'm doing, too. That's why you vote for me.
The host of Making Money, Charles Payne, is here. All right, Charles, were you a panicking? You were a little bit of a panicking, weren't you? Were you?
Nah, no way, my man. No way at all. I told her, listen, we did some buying, a little bit of buying the last few days, but more importantly, I told people not to panic. Every single day on my show, our ratings have gone through the roof because people are coming to see. I'm like one of the few people out there, and it's not just I'm saying don't panic. I'm showing historical facts, right? What's going on, what's happening here. And I love everything that you just said because this is about Main Street. Wall Street's going to get theirs. Anyone out there that doesn't think eventually Wall Street and the stock market will turn around haven't been paying attention for the last 3 years, 30 years, or 300 years. Don't worry about that part. It's time to start focusing on regular folks.
So when the people on CNBC, they call them your competitor, but no one watches them. They all watch you, Charles. When they panic and panic in and their all eyeballs are popping out of their skulls and laying on the desk, it freaks everybody out. I wake up, I turn on CNBC to just check it out, see what it's doing. And it's like watching someone die on live television.
It is so infuriating to me because I think it's journalistic malpractice, and I'll tell you why. Those are smart people. They know the market as well. And this sort of thing, like, anyone who panicked and sold NVIDIA 3 days ago, don't they regret it deeply already today?
It's also like, I think if you sold NVIDIA 3 days ago, it's still under what you sold at. like there's no way it recovered the last 3 days of value in this one rally here. Like, we can figure this out here. $5 days. Oh, I guess it did. It is higher than it was on the 4th. But it's not as high as it was on the 25th of March. So if you go back 2 weeks, So the highest it was at, is that the highest of all time? No. Yeah, it was even higher in January. So like you're still at a low. It was at a high. It was higher in January of last year.
The Intifada. And here's the thing, Jesse, we've got two sets of data out there. One they call soft data, the surveys. And the surveys are
guys, thank you for the gifted.
Really frightening. Of course they're frightening. People watch TV and get frightened 24 hours a day. You walk up to them with a clipboard and say, how do you feel? I'm scared. But after they tell you they're scared, they go into the store. You know what happened this morning before the tariff stuff? Delta reported earnings. Phenomenal. You know what else we learned? Last week, mortgage applications to buy new homes up 20%. So people are still living their lives and trying to have the American dream. And, so as mortgage rates come down, as gasoline.
Yeah, you're not going to see the results of this yet. Like everybody understands that we're not, like, prices aren't up right now. There's still stock that has already been imported and what the tariffs weren't charged on. You know, we're gonna see this go up over the next few months. You know, it's gonna be different for every industry and every sector.
Gasoline prices go down. That's great for the economy. But so people are afraid, but they're living their lives.
So people call you a callous animal if you tell them not to panic. You know, they say, you know, if you say don't look at your 401k, you know, don't look at your bank account, they say, what are you talking? How could you not look at my bank account? How could you say that? I've just lost, you know, $7 million, $20 million. How could you say that, Jesse? Am I wrong to tell people not to panic?
Oh, absolutely. You know what I said yesterday? I said this
absolutely.
is my 7th bear market.
Wait, absolutely, he is wrong. He asked you a yes or no question, and you responded yes.
Market as a Wall Street professional, and I hope I have 7 more. That means I'll live to 100 because they come around every 5 or 6 years. Corrections come around once a year. It's part of the game. Stay in it. The richest people in the world are in the stock market. And by the way, it's democratic. Anyone can get in. Don't let them spook you out.
Did you know that, chat? Anyone can get in. Just get a $2 million. Just get $100 million. Just grab your $100 million from the closet and go join the stock market. It's easy peasy, dude. It's easy peasy. Anybody can be a part of it. It's democratic. It's democratic, chat.
You know, one of the reasons Wall Street was bearish coming into the year? Because too many retail investors were long. That's their thinking. The retail investors in the stock market, they're too exuberant. We've got to find a way to shake them out because, yeah, they want you in the market as long as you're paying fees to them.
Well,
wait, he's literally like, it's democratic, but also we need to get all these poor people out of the stock market.
Retail investors in the stock market, they're too exuberant. We've got to find a way to shake them out because, yeah, they want you in the market as long as you're paying.
He literally said there's too many retail investors, aka poor people investing their money on, like, you know, apps. There's too many poor people. This is democratic. Oh my god, I'm so whatever. All right, let's move off of the tariff, but not entirely. We're not moving off, but we're gonna move off of like mainstream media coverage of it, and we're gonna go to Luna Oi.
Back to Luna Oi.
I would like to start a fake beef between you and Maple Takes while he's not here to defend himself and present this to you.
Yeah, I don't know if all of them are feds ID, but one of them is for sure. One of them is for sure. My money's on this kid.
That's where you're wrong. It's her for sure.
I don't know why. I think it's because he looks like he's trying to dress up like Brett going to a job interview.
That's fucked up.
But
that's fucked up. That's fucked up. I would never ever wear a suit that ill-fitting. Okay. You want to know what I look like in a suit, chat? I look fucking good, and I wear only very good suits. Okay. Chill. Chill on that shit, okay? I got a pic coming for you. Wait, somewhere. What the heck? Was there not a pic of me in the suit on my IG? Oh, that's fucked up. Oh, that's fucked up. I goofed up there. I should definitely have posted that on my IG. Oh well, you just have to trust me. Anyway, let's watch Luna Oi. This first video is about a joint cooperative session of some sort, okay, where Vietnam allied with the United States last year in 2023, quote unquote, against China. I think it's going to be a little bit more nuanced than that. However, I do think this is important, like foreign policy, geopolitical context to the moment that we're in. And then after this, Luna also has a new video about the tariffs and Vietnam's place in that, which I think this is, to me, this is the story that everybody's missing, is Vietnam's role. I think Vietnam has a huge role to play and could potentially get fucking loaded off of it.
On September 11th, 2023, Vietnam and the U.S. announced that their relationship would be upgraded to Strategic Comprehensive Partnership for Peace, Cooperation, and Stable Development. There have been many different reactions to this relationship upgrade, but in the West, they have mostly broken into two camps. First and most commonly, there are Westerners who hate communism and love the USA. These Western chauvinists see the upgrade in relationships between Vietnam and the USA as a proof that Vietnam has abandoned communism and is an official ally of the USA in its crusade against China. This includes a majority of the mainstream Western media, which has ginned up countless articles pushing this narrative that Vietnam is now officially on Team USA against Team China. The second most reaction I've seen in the West comes from people who are not a fan.
How much of the video? We just started. We're literally 1 minute in.
And since they don't like the USA, they have been panicked and frustrated at Vietnam for upgrading its partnership with the USA. Many of these are communists and anti-imperialists who believe that Vietnam is betraying the world communist movement by siding with the USA against China. Today, I am here to tell you that both of these reactions are rooted in a fundamental misunderstanding of the situation and what's really going on with Vietnam's foreign policy. So, let's begin by asking the question, what the heck is a strategic alliance? To begin with, there has been a lot of misinformation in the Western press about what this strategic alliance is, what it means, and how it applies. I have seen dozens of news articles from the West claiming that the Strategic Comprehensive Partnership for Peace, Cooperation, and Stable Development is the highest level of relationship that Vietnam can have with another country, and this simply is not true. Vietnam has a unique system of grading its relationships with other countries. Most countries don't have any named relationship at all, so having any of the categories of relationship below with a country means that Vietnam views that country as especially important in terms of economic and diplomatic relations.
So I'm sure Luna will go into this, but I'm going to just pre-watch and give you guys a little bit of some context that I know of my history, my understanding of the recent history of Vietnam. So in the 90s, we go back to the 90s, and the Vietnam Communist Party passed a policy called Doi Moi, which essentially opened up the country to foreign investment, similar to like a Dengus, I guess. Although I know more about Doi Moi than I do about Dengism. I know more about Vietnam than Doi Moi than Dengism, and more about Vietnam than China also. For people who don't know, I lived in Vietnam for 3 years. So I did like research and I lived there, obviously. But so I know a little bit about their history. And then, yeah, that's how you spell it, Blasian. And then in 2000 it was either 16 or 15, Obama came to Vietnam, which was a really, really big moment for the Vietnamese, like, government, for the Vietnamese people's perception of Vietnam. And also he went and he did the Bourdain episode where Obama and Bourdain met in Hanoi and had Bun Cha, which was a very, like, I can't tell you how important that was to, like, that was like a perfect diplomatic move by Obama on so many levels. Because, like, Vietnamese people fucking love Anthony Bourdain. The respect for Anthony Bourdain in Vietnam is unbelievably high. So he picked the right person to do the interview with. B, he trusted Bourdain to pick a spot. And I'm sure this was a part of it. This was a part of it, too. Is that, like, Bourdain picked a very northern Vietnamese dish. Bun Cha. Okay? Like, you will not find Bun Cha on American Vietnamese menus, or probably many other, like, you know, even if you're Australian or whatever, you're not going to find Bun Cha on those menus. Unfortunately, because it's an incredibly delicious dish that I think American palate would fucking love. But because, the North was in the Civil War that America got involved in, the North was the communists, and they conquered and won and united the country under communism by defeating the South. So most of the people who have immigrated, the Vietnamese diaspora, is disproportionately from the southern region. But Obama, bringing it back, Obama eating this northern dish communicated a lot to the people of Vietnam that the days of resentment towards the communist leadership from America are over, and that never really changed. Even Trump won, or Trump's first term, they continued advancing the relationship with Hanoi, advancing the relationship with the Vietnamese government. He met with Kim Jong-un in Hanoi in 2018, 2019, I can't remember. So it was the relationship between the US and Vietnam has gradually been increasing and developing, which is why they're also, and of course, Vietnam is very much aligned with China economically. They have a lot of different partnerships. But I will say, and maybe this is less speaking about the politics between the two countries, but I will say that the Vietnamese people, in my experience, the Vietnamese people that I would talk to have an incredible distaste, if not at the worst, a hatred, and at the best, a distrust of China. Which comes from a historical angle, and then I think also they just view this larger power very nearby with a lot of skepticism. So there's a little bit of that in there too. So, but like I said, they're still very much intertwined in their economics and their foreign policy. They also there's some the Cold War kind of weird military stuff happening in the South China Sea. Vietnam is, I think the Philippines gets brought up a lot on Twitch with regards to that, but Vietnam is also deeply wrapped up in that as well. And the Vietnamese government insists that they have ownership over different islands that China insists that they have ownership over. The Philippines is also there. So it's all three of these countries are kind of in this weird conflict in that region as well. But that's not, there's not direct stuff happening as even China's relationship with India or something.
There are 4 levels of relationship that Vietnam has. From lowest level to highest level they are. Number 4, comprehensive partnership. This is the lowest level of relationship Vietnam can have with another country, and it has this level of relationship with 12 countries, including South Africa, Ukraine, and Canada. Number 3, strategic partnership. This is the second lowest level of relationship Vietnam has with other countries, which Vietnam shares with 16 countries, including Japan, the UK, Germany, and Italy. Number 2, comprehensive strategic partnership. This is the middle level of relationship Vietnam can have with other countries, and the kind of relationship the USA was just upgraded to. Currently, 5 countries have a comprehensive strategic partnership with Vietnam, including China, Russia, India, South Korea, and now the USA. Vietnam is also working with Indonesia on upgrading to a comprehensive strategic partnership, which would make the total number 6. But notice, this is just number 2nd on the list of relationship levels, meaning they are one higher level of relationship Vietnam can have. So no, BBC and Reuters, the US doesn't have the highest level of relationship that is possible to have with Vietnam. There is one higher level, the great friendship and special unity level of relationship. Only Laos has a great friendship relationship with Vietnam, and only Cuba has a relationship of special unity. This level of relationship is much deeper than the comprehensive strategic partnership level of relationship and indicates the shared history of socialist struggle and mutual support and a degree of total trust which has been tested through time and hardship.
That's so sick. That's so sick. Also, like, very sick of them to like make these different designations. I don't know. It's like actually cool. Yeah, that is so sick. Look at these pictures; they're all so sick. I just want to play it again.
And a degree of total trust.
Dude, look how happy they are. This is special friendship.
Which has been.
This is my favorite pic, though. Look at the joy in this person's face, man. That's special. That's really putting a special in special friendship.
Tested through time and hardship. The great friendship and special unity levels of relationship are much stronger ties than the comprehensive.
Would be cool if Vietnam could somehow leverage the U.S. to drop the blockade on Cuba. That would be fucking cool. That would be cool, but also not gonna happen. I'm telling you now, Vietnam will do what it takes. This is too good of a moment and too good of an opportunity for them to not like just give. I mean, they just have to. They're gonna have to pay a big price, probably, but it'll be way worth it in the end. Like Vietnam having that kind of leverage over China. This is just my opinion, and I haven't like done a bunch of research into it, but I really feel like that they are in a really good position. And again, we'll watch Luna's video after this that's specifically about tariffs in this moment.
Comprehensive strategic partnership and
A price for it? For what? Yeah, for having zero tariffs. If exports from Vietnam can have zero tariffs to the United States, Vietnam will become like the manufacturing and like shipment hub for the entire Asian region. And that would be huge. But I don't know what price. I don't know. I don't know what those negotiations look like. Zero is not good enough.
and go far beyond simple economic trade and diplomacy. We officially recognize the nations of Cuba and Laos as our special comrades in our path towards socialism and building world communism. So now that we
I'm
understand
kind of sad I never went to Laos whenever I was there.
that the USA does not actually have the highest possible level of relationship with Vietnam, let's talk about what kind of relationship they do have now that it's been upgraded to comprehensive strategic partnership. Let's talk about that word, strategic. In a West
Castro tobogganing? Bro, that's barely tobogganing. He's just on a rug, dude.
Western mindset, strategy is usually
I have no idea. I've heard it pronounced a bunch of ways. Laos. She said Lao. I have no idea.
thought of in militaristic and competitive terms.
I hear it always, all the
Are
time.
usually thought of as plans which are used by one team to defeat another team. This extends to international politics, especially in places like the USA, where foreign relations are typically seen as a zero-sum game which involved military threats and allying with friend nations against foe nations. This is probably why, when Vietnam upgraded the relationship with the US to strategic partnership, many people assumed that it was some kind of military alliance between the US and Vietnam. And Western mainstream media outlets clearly want you to believe just that. A quick Google search reveals how often the mainstream media implies that this strategic partnership is an alliance between the USA and Vietnam against China, which is absolutely nonsense, since Vietnam has had a comprehensive strategic partnership with China since all the way back in 2008. How could we have the same alliance with different countries against each other? The answer is simple. It's possible for Vietnam to have a comprehensive strategic partnership with both China and the USA because Vietnam does not consider foreign policy to be a zero-sum game. And when Vietnamese people think of strategy in this context, we think of economic and diplomatic strategy to develop our nation. We don't see it as a zero-sum game where one side wins and the other must lose. After so many decades of being colonized, invaded, attacked, and embargoed, Vietnam just wants to offer friendship to every nation on earth so that we can rebuild and continue our path towards socialism in peace. Anyway,
Dude, we need okay, so there's like Red Sun Rising for Chinese. We need the Vietnamese one, dude. We need a Vietnamese communist song. Is this it? It doesn't have the smoke. The Ballad of Ho Chi Minh. All these are like, ho, ho. I need like a female vocalist singing about the homeland.
Miền miền xa, người đi khắp phương trời, ở nơi xa đó, người.
Needs more cowbell. No, this is sick though. This is a great video.
It might help to understand what the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership is by just reading the official statement signed by the General Secretary of the Communist Party of Vietnam Central Committee, Nguyễn Phú Trọng. According to that statement, the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership includes strengthening of diplomatic, economic, cultural, and scientific cooperation. As far as defense and security, there would
I feel like this is it. Wait, that's the one we were just listening to.
2 sections. In one, the USA agreed it would help clean up more Agent Orange and unexploded ordnance left over from the war. In the second, Vietnam agreed to continue participating in United Nations peacekeeping operations.
Chat, look real quick. Show me. That's my guy. He likes hanging out in here.
Which it has already participated in for many years. And to continue communicating and cooperating in humanitarian and constructive efforts such as addressing war legacies, military medicine, United Nations peacekeeping operations, and maritime security, in line with existing agreements and understanding between both countries. Nowhere does the joint statement mention anything like a military alliance nor an alliance against China. Anything.
I don't know. I mean, let's be real. Like maritime security capacity. There's only one question. There's only one country. There's 2 countries that they should really worry about, and it's the United States and China. With regards to maritime security capacity, it's both of those countries that they're doing this with.
Between both countries. Nowhere does the
He wants to hear about his native land. Oh yeah, that's right. He's Vietnamese. Wait, we have a Vietnamese person. I haven't let them talk once. Oh freak.
Mention anything like a military alliance nor an alliance against China. And remember, Vietnam has the exact same comprehensive strategic partnership with China, so everything it agreed to with the USA, it has already agreed to with China for 15 years already. As usual, the Western capitalist press is not interested in telling you the truth about Vietnam's foreign policy. They just want you to believe what serves the agenda of the capitalist USA the most. This is why these media outlets just distort and simplify the relationship as the highest level relationship.
Okay, I'm gonna do this one. No, dude, they need to be bangers. I want only bangers. You can't be dancing to this. Okay. Okay.
Đoàn rái phong quân một lần ra đi.
This one's not bad.
Vinh quang vì ngày trở về. Ra đi bảo vệ sông núi. Ra đi thà chết chờ lui.
It's translating it from Thai. No. Why is it Thai?
Phá phới người màu lạc hồng kèn reo vang tiếng gọi dòng lạc hồng cùng giải phóng quân ra đi theo hồn sông núi bao năm xưa có bao.
Okay, this part kind of goes hard.
dưới cờ oai nghiêm sao vàng bay.
Okay, this is the last one. Not the Vina House, dude. Not the Vina House remix. Translate to English. Actually listening to this song brings tears to my eyes. My heart swells. Uncle Ho's words sweep it all away. I was born in a peaceful time, studied history at a vague school, so I'm not very good at Vietnamese history. Now that I learn about the barbarity of Pol Pot's people, I feel so sorry for Vietnam. Imagine through this song, the army with shovels advanced, going to the south of our homeland to chase away the invaders. If there was no army at the time, there would not have been me and my beloved South. Crying emoji. In Vung Tau, the statue of the Lord with his arms outstretched still has a hill where a giant cannon was fired from a high hill, aiming down at the sea where the invaders entered. The other day I went out there to play and read. I've been to that. I know exactly the statue in Vung Tau. That's an awesome comment though. Wait, chat, I kind of want to, should we check in on, I think tonight we should check in on Xiao Hongshu. I want to see what Xiao Hongshu is saying about the tariffs and everything going on right now.
And usually fail to mention that the relationship has already been established with China for many years, because they want to build the perceptual reality of the situation instead of really explaining the actual reality of the situation. This concept comes from a great book called Inventing Reality by Michael Parenti. To put it simply, according to Parenti, the capitalist media is very insidious. It doesn't tell you exactly what to think because that would be too easy to recognize as manipulation. Instead, they create a false reality around you and base all of their stories and coverage on that quote-unquote reality. That way, your opinion is formed without you even realizing it. You are basically given a particular framing of the situation that is completely invented by the media. Usually there are two sides of this invented reality, conservative side and liberal side. You can feel free to agree and disagree with either side, but you still have to think about the situation within that fake framework.
Yeah.
That is exactly...
I mean, the same thing, they do this with crime, right? Like they do this with crime all the time.
what's going on.
The crime was going down, and everyone in the media was like screaming about how American cities are overrun with gangsters and roving mobs of, like, they literally portrayed it as a Frank Miller comic. But Crime Data was telling a different story, but nobody talked about that.
On in this situation.
They also did the same thing with the encampment movement and every mass movement. They make up a reality that doesn't actually exist.
We have two camps. One camp who hates China and think Vietnam is joining an alliance against China, and that's good. And another camp who hates the USA and thinks Vietnam is betraying China, and that's bad. When the truth is that Vietnam is not betraying China and not allying against China and not even allying with the USA at all. It's all a false framing on the situation intended to keep you from seeing actual objective reality. All right, now that we've broken free from conceptual reality, let's keep exploring actual reality. I want to help you understand the theory behind Vietnam's foreign policy and why the idea that Vietnam is forming a military alliance against China with the USA is absurd. First and foremost, you need to fully understand Vietnam's very consistent foreign policy that we publicly announced all the way back in 2009. The basic question which this policy answers is, will Vietnam get dragged into another senseless war or become the puppet of another country ever again? And the answer is no, 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 and no. Seriously, we call our foreign policy the 4-No policy. At first, it was called the 3-No policy, and then in 2019, we added one more no, so it's now the 4-No policy. Here are our 4 no's. No military alliance with any countries. No alignment with one country against other countries. No permission for any country to put military bases in our territory. No use of force or threatening to use force in international relations. Now let's go through these
Amazing.
4 no's.
Amazing. Also, like, this is what I worry that the United States is going to ask for in the negotiations around the tariffs, because I think that I don't think I'm some like brilliant genius for seeing Vietnam's unique position in this, and I think that America also recognizes it and is going to, you know, like, come with a big price. That's what I meant. Like, it's going to be a big price, and I don't know what that is or how they're going to pay it, but I also think Vietnam could very, very much be like, this is non-negotiable. You know, I don't know.
Threatening to use force in international relations. Now let's go through these 4 no's one by one so we can all fully understand Vietnam's foreign policy. Number 1, Vietnam does not join any military alliance with any countries. Vietnam has been very consistent for decades with our rule, thêm bạn bớt thù, which means more friends, less enemies. If Vietnam joined a military alliance, we would be tied to one side, both financially and diplomatically. It could become necessary to make concessions to the interests of foreign power and to sacrifice our own national sovereignty. Sooner or later, it would become necessary to join one nation against another, and before long, Vietnam would have lost and lots of enemies and maybe even get drawn into another war. We have had enough war. We know better than...
Oh, Nixon has to pay his blood debt. I didn't know that this was like fucking put up over a whole wall. Look, chat. It's the same.
And most nations,
I don't know, that's where that come from.
And horrible war is, and we would do everything we can to avoid getting dragged into another one. That is why Vietnam choose not to participate in those kinds of military alliance, and instead we stand only for peace, justice, and defense of international law according to the United Nations. Remember, Vietnam's communist government barely survived the Cold War. We did have a solidarity from our socialist comrades like Cuba and Laos, but
what's the face on the bomb? It's Reagan, or it's Nixon. It's literally Nixon's face on the bomb, and the like writing says, "Nixon, you owe us a blood debt."
Alone and bullied by the entire capitalist world. We didn't have money, and our entire infrastructure was devastated by decades of war, and our only strong trading partner, the USSR, was collapsing. All we had to rely on was the bravery, wisdom, strength, and unity of millions and millions of Vietnamese people and leaders who carefully applied the principles of dialectical materialism and scientific socialism to our harsh conditions. The establishment of NATO in 1949 and various other alliances lorded over by the USA have ensured that there has always been a great deal of international tension even after the fall of the Soviet Union. The USA uses its soft power to push nations to confront each other in order to serve its own interests. Vietnam has managed to navigate this hostile brinkmanship without getting drawn into conflict, and that is no small task. Okay, now let's look at the second no. Vietnam does not align with any countries against other countries. The reason for this is simple. Vietnam does not want to become a puppet of any other country, and we do not want to bully any other country. We were pushed around and invaded by alliances of imperialist countries for decades, and not only do we not want to do that to any other country, we don't want it to happen again to ourselves. If you can't tell, our experiences going through decades of war really shapes our approach to foreign policy. In our opinion, military alliances and use of force are not optimal methods for defending our nation today, but this does not mean that Vietnam ties its hands and just submits to stronger countries. On the contrary, our insistence on maintaining independence and self-determination has the effect of unifying us, both in thought and action, so that we can think and act independently, creatively, and never be dominated by foreign powers again. It is this kind of true freedom and independence that we strive for, and we also hope every other nation can learn from our example and build similar policies. Vietnam truly wants to be a friend to every nation on earth as much as possible. Sometimes this is very difficult, especially with imperialist anti-communist nations who see Vietnam's successful socialist policies as a threat to capitalist dominance. But in our present objective conditions, this is our optimal path. It gives us the best chance of improving our living conditions and building our path to socialism. So Vietnam does what it can to expand the international relations, to be a friend and a reliable partner while maintaining our own self-determination in the world. And we do work very hard to support our comrades in other socialist nations through our successful foreign policy. Just a few days
right,
after
Becca?
signing the comprehensive
This is a really good video. I'm getting a lot out of it for sure.
partnership with the USA, our president traveled to the USA and made a speech calling for an end to the embargoes against Cuba.
Việt Nam khẳng định
Chat, you called it.
kết với nhân dân các nước, trong đó có Cuba, và kêu gọi Hoa Kỳ chấm dứt bao vây cấm vận chống Cuba.
I believe that this speech had much more impact in this context. It showed that Vietnam wasn't going to just bow down to the USA and would continue supporting our Cuban comrades.
Fuck yeah.
And the agreement wasn't going to stand in our way. The results of Vietnam opening up and reaching out to the world are unmistakable. Just a few decades ago, Vietnam was under heavy
Who is this lady? This is Luna Oi. Luna Oi. We love Luna. Luna rules. She makes all of like a bunch of different videos about Vietnamese politics and socialism, dialectical materialism,
and had relations with very few nations. Today, Vietnam has a state diplomatic relations with 193 out of 200 countries worldwide. Our foreign
Yeah, I think she was on Means TV as well.
are expanding. We have a defense relations with more than 80 countries on all 5 continents, and in particular with all 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. We send liaison officers to work with the United Nations peacekeeping mission and participate in peacekeeping in South Sudan, Central Africa, and many other countries. In fact, Vietnam's UN forces are internationally famous for teaching productive farming methods to impoverished nations around the world.
W Vietnam.
Now, so let's look at no number 3. Vietnam does not allow any countries to put military bases in our territory. This one is pretty simple. Vietnam does not accept foreign military bases on our territory, and we don't allow any country to use part of our territory to wage war against other countries. Modern history clearly shows us that if there are foreign military bases on our territory, it is easy to turn our country into the target of hostile forces, or will at least make it difficult for our country to avoid being drawn into conflict and wars between countries. Not
About the
only
protests?
that, but military bases become headquarters
You mean like the protests this weekend?
for intelligence operations
From last weekend?
which are used to destabilize and infiltrate nations, and we already have enough problems with imperialist nations running those kinds of operations in Vietnam to NGOs and other such organizations. The
And corporations.
fact is, the U.S. has been begging us to allow them to put U.S. military bases in Vietnam, especially naval bases on our coastline. The mainstream media reports this like it's a done deal, implying Vietnam would definitely let the U.S. do that. Especially
Oh damn, yeah, dude. If they already have Cam Ranh Bay like scoped out, I think this is gonna be the demand for sure.
carriers have
My goal year long was to visit Vietnam next winter. Was going to road trip the American Pacific Northwest next fall as well, but I'm not sure I will ever cross the U.S. border again. Fuck that, dude. Fuck that. Don't let the fascists win. Go to Vietnam. I'm trying to go to Vietnam in October. Yeah. I still have every intention. I'm trying to bring a bunch of us out there.
visited Vietnam a couple of times. But we also let large ships from China and many other nations come and dock in Vietnam for diplomatic missions temporarily. There is a big difference between hosting a foreign vessel for peaceful diplomacy versus letting militaries set up permanent bases in our territory. Whenever any nation has asked to build a base in our territory, our very consistent answer has always been a big no. Number 4, Vietnam does not use force or threaten to use force in international relations. We do not speak with violence. We only use negotiation and communication to solve.
They just celebrated King Day, I think. You mean, what do you mean? Do you mean Tet, or do you mean like Reunification Day? Reunification Day is coming up. It's like the end of April. In America, you might know it as Black April. It's also the 50th anniversary. So it's kind of a big one.
Of conflict of interests. But to be clear, this principle does not
Yeah, that's totally right, Iragor.
modernizing the military or the primary mission of the Vietnamese armed forces, which is to defend the country, including by using force when necessary. If Vietnam ever does have to go to war, the Vietnamese must be prepared to take up arms and defend the nation, keeping our peace just as we did in the last millennia. Throughout thousands of years of history,
They have a lot of holidays.
building and defending our country, our people have experienced many resistant wars against invaders. Being proactive and wary of the enemy is a valuable lesson from ancient times. But at the same time, we strive to make more friends to cooperate in joint development, because the lives of our people can only be improved during peace. These are lessons we have earned through experience over many, many centuries of being invaded and attacked by foreign nations. So we want to maintain our strengths so we can defend ourselves, but we never want to bully any other country or threaten violence. And why should we, when peaceful and friendly negotiation has been working so well for Vietnam? Okay, those are the 4 no's. I hope that gives you a better insight into Vietnamese foreign policy. I also hope
Sounds
that
fucking
you now
based.
understand the true nature of the new
And amazing.
comprehensive strategic partnership between
Imagine having your national foreign policy motto be more friends, less enemies. Like, it sounds stupidly simple, but it's like the exact opposite of the United States' attitude. Like, meanwhile, the United States is like, we're going to take over Canada. We're annexing Canada. We're declaring war on Mexico. It's like, fuck you. Fuck you.
between Vietnam and the US, just like our comprehensive strategic partnership with China and
So the U.S. could easily just drive them to China, right? No, I mean, it's not that simple. Like, China is included in these no's. You know, like, they're just as skeptical of China and like foreign domination by China as they are by the United States.
many other countries. It's first and foremost a means to increase trade and strengthen our internal development, and had nothing to do with military alignment. During the very same meeting where Vietnam upgraded relationship with the U.S., our General Secretary of the Communist Party of Vietnam, Nguyễn Phú Trọng, strongly reaffirmed these healthy and consistent foreign policies.
Tổng Bí thư Nguyễn Phú Trọng đã trao đổi về những thành tựu Việt Nam đạt được trong gần 40 năm đổi mới toàn diện nhằm các mục tiêu dân giàu, nước mạnh, dân chủ, công bằng, văn minh, phát huy xây dựng nhà nước pháp quyền xã hội chủ nghĩa và chủ động tích cực hội nhập quốc tế. Tổng Bí thư Nguyễn Phú Trọng nêu rõ đường lối đối ngoại nhất quán của Việt Nam là độc lập tự chủ, hòa bình, hữu nghị, hợp tác và phát triển. Việt Nam thực hiện đường lối quốc phòng 4.0.
These words carried a lot of special meaning. Vietnam wants no confusion and misunderstanding about the true meaning of this new strategic partnership. I want to close by speaking directly to ultra-leftists who want to attack Vietnam for building peaceful relationships with the USA and China at the same time. I can understand your sentiment. I myself have spoken many times about how much I hate the US empire, and I'm not alone.
Is Vietnam a better place to live than China? Leftist circles tend to glaze China a lot. I've actually never been to China. I tried to go to China when I was living in Vietnam, but that entailed like going to the Chinese embassy. In 2 days, I went to the Chinese embassy at like 4 a.m., waited in line until 1 p.m., and still didn't get in. Like, so I gave up. And I was like, I'll do it another time. When I'm back in America, I'll get my visa to China. Because once you get it, it's like a 10-year visa, but it can be really fucking annoying and hard to get it. Yeah, Braga, I mentioned that they are in conflict with the South China Sea, and with the Philippines too. But I don't think that Vietnam will let that get in the way of the massive fucking bag that they're about to get. How difficult is it to move to Vietnam? I mean, I did it, so it's not that difficult. But you should get a teaching certification before you go, unless you have a job lined up. You know, and then you have to sell everything you own. or put it in a storage container or something and pay for that. But we just fucking purged all property and moved to Vietnam. Everything we owned was in a suitcase. It was fucking sick, dude. Best decision I ever made, if I'm being honest. 3 years of my life that I'll never forget. Incredible time. I love the country. I'll go back for the rest of my life.
As far as
I can't wait to go back.
Do you really think Vietnamese communists of all people do not understand the true nature of the USA? Many of our leaders were alive during the war against US imperialism, and nearly every Vietnamese person, including me, lost family in the war against the USA. We have been heavily embargoed by the USA, and to this day, the US supports fascists in Vietnam who try to destabilize the country. Maintaining peaceful and friendly relations is no small task for Vietnam. Yet somehow, Vietnam has managed to form a relationship with the USA that is not only productive, but benefits Vietnam far more than it benefits the USA. And I don't think Vietnamese diplomats get nearly enough credit for this hard, complicated work they have to do. Okay, that's all I have to say for now. If you have any questions, just write in the comment section and I will try to answer them all.
Man, Lunar rules.
Hi.
Okay, Chad, this video is from today, 10 hours ago. Vietnam's rapid response to Trump's tariffs. Well, let's hear what her thoughts are on what's going on today. And I need to pee really bad. So I'm going to bring my phone and listen to it and go pee and then give you my take when I come back.
Luna, welcome back to Luna ơi. I wanted to make a quick video because Vietnam has been in the news a lot lately, and I wanted to clarify and explain things a bit from a Vietnamese perspective. As I'm sure you know, on April 3rd, the USA dropped a bombshell, a new unilateral tariff on, well, basically the whole world. And Vietnam got hit with one of the highest rates. But Trump forgot about one thing. Vietnam is used to having bombshells dropped on us by the USA. And as the only country ever did shoot down a B-52 bomber, I think we will be okay. So let's break this down. As a Vietnamese economics grad, top 5 universities in Vietnam, by the way, I really wanted to speak on this issue. Western news is really only telling part of the story, so I will do my best to break things down and give you an idea of how Vietnam is dealing with this tense situation. First things first, Trump's claim that Vietnam slaps a 90% tariff on US goods. Total bullshit. Zero evidence. It's just not true. Vietnam has never taxed US imports at 90%, not once. The actual number? According to the 2024 US Trade Representative Report, Vietnam's average most favored nation tariff on the US is just 9.4%, about 10% of what Trump administration claims to be. So yeah, 90% is pure fiction. And guess what? Trump never even explained his math. What kind of cloud formula did he use? Well, the Trump administration didn't explain their reasoning for the tariff figures behind the tariffs at all. So we can only infer based on circumstantial evidence. So let's try to figure it out. His so-called reciprocal tariff might have been calculated like this. Step 1, Vietnam's trade surplus with the US, $136 billion. Step 2, US trade gap with Vietnam, $13 billion. Step 3, divide 136 by 13, multiply by 100, and voila, there's your 90%. Yes, I really think that's how they calculated this, and it's very dishonest and ridiculous, but we're talking about Donald Trump here, right? As an economics student,
it's also a really hilarious thing to do with Vietnam in particular, because there is like a Vietnamese car company, and they literally like just built a factory in North Carolina. Like Vietnamese industry, more than most other countries, is actually doing the investing in American manufacturing in ways that a lot of places aren't. And it's kind of like weird to be like, oh, that's like we're gonna punish you for that surplus because we buy from you and you build your products here. Like that's what they want to happen.
I've never seen such a laughable calculation. And here, the Trump administration is bragging about it.
Vietnam, great negotiators, great people.
They like me, I like them. The problem is they charge us 90%. We're going to charge them 46% tariff.
It's not just bad math. It's terrible diplomacy and, as the USA will soon learn, disastrous economic policy. So anyway, it seems like the Trump administration divided their fictional 90% figure approximately in half to arrive at the 46% tariff rate they are hitting Vietnam with. I suppose they think this will make them look reasonable and fair. After all, the US tariff is only half of the completely fictional and fabricated Vietnamese tariff that doesn't even exist in the real world.
But we will charge them approximately half of what they are and have been charging us because we are being very kind. We're kind people, very kind.
At any rate, Vietnamese communists are now facing the most absurd and frankly terrifying trade war yet from the US fascists. But we were not surprised. We jumped right into action. Within 4 hours, Vietnam's National Assembly was in session. Before the meeting even ended, 200 top economic negotiators were en route to the US. We officially requested a 1 to 3 month delay, aiming for a 0% tariff deal. The reason we were able to spring into action is simple. We are incredibly organized and we have backup plans in place for almost any scenario. This, by the way, is why we were able to so quickly and effectively deal with COVID-19. We had close to 0 deaths for the first year of the pandemic because
that's so true. Their pandemic response was so fucking insane to watch because we had just moved back to the US. We moved back to the US in like late 2019, like November of 2019. And, you know, a few months later, obviously COVID would happen. And I was like in lockdown for 2 years in LA, watching on Facebook all of my friends in Vietnam going to full bars with no like masks because Vietnam actually did contact tracing and they had almost no cases. Like genuinely for 2020 and 2021, like COVID didn't exist in Vietnam. They shut that shit down and they fucking found it when it did happen. They found it and they isolated it and it didn't spread.
Planning and preparing for a pandemic scenario going back to the SARS pandemic in 2002. This is no different. You can absolutely be sure that Vietnamese economists have been planning for just this scenario with the USA, at least in the first Trump term when his first administration used tariff heavily against nations like China. Months ago, Vietnam's government was already warning of a looming global trade war and ordering economists to prepare for every possible...
It's a contact case. Like they did contact tracing. So if they found somebody who had COVID, they grabbed them and they put them in isolation, and then they interviewed them and they said, "Where were you? Like, give us every movement of yours for the last week." And they would go back and do like surveillance videos and like find everybody there and that was in everybody who could have possibly come in contact with that person. They would find and then test, and if they tested positive, they would put them into quarantine, and then they would release them after 2 weeks. In the US, that would be seen as draconian and like, you know, like Big Brother, you know, coming in and like, you know, running your life. But it literally, people in Vietnam were more free. We were locked in our houses for fear of fucking dying. Vietnam was safer, more free, like living their own lives. They were living their lives totally unimpeded, basically. It was fucking crazy.
Scenario. Our leader's message? We've survived 20 years of comprehensive sanctions from the USA. We will not back down now. Both our Prime Minister and the General Secretary of the Communist Party reassure us that Vietnam will find a way to continue to thrive in this coming global trade war, just as we did through the pandemic. During the pandemic, Vietnamese communists guided our economy into becoming one of the fastest growing economies in Asia. But as far
it's been that way for a while now too. Vietnam has been on the up and up since a long time ago. Like they've been one of the fastest growing economies since like 2016.
As USA,
and like I said, I don't see that stopping. Like I think they're poised to just fucking hit the NOS button on that shit.
Goes, we do not trust them at all. This is something that I
Wait, what is this? Vietnamese Health Department educational song.
Sau gần đây có một virus rất hot, tên của em ấy Corona.
Em từ đâu, quê của em ở Vũ Hán.
Of course, this is what I mean. They're like, it's China. It came from China.
Đang bình yên bỗng chợt thoát ra.
Chắc chắn ta nên nâng cao cảnh giác, đừng để em ấy phát tác.
Chắc chắn ta nên quyết tâm từ xa để dịch bệnh không bùng cháy lên. Cùng giơ tay xoa 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 đều, đừng nên cho tay lên mắt mũi miệng.
This is so good. I never saw this.
Để lùi virus corona, corona. Luôn nâng cao sức khỏe và vệ sinh không gian xung quanh mình. Cùng nâng cao ý thức của xã hội để lùi virus corona, corona.
The Vina house again, dude. Do you know how hard I had to search in Vietnam to find coffee shops that didn't blast this shit? I swear to God, if I found a coffee shop that didn't just fucking blast this shit 24/7, that spot became a regular spot. It's a good song. It's really good.
Tuy rằng khó nhưng toàn dân đang cố gắng, không để em tiếp tục lớn thêm.
Wait, Nori, were you saying that people in like SoCal were listening to this? No, cheesy, but I haven't. I just want one more chorus. I know, it's called Vina House, dude. For the drop. Wait for the drop. Like, listen, in Vietnam, every single coffee shop is just like clicking on this video and looping it and playing it 24/7. Just everywhere. It's crazy. You'll hear it. It's just really aggressive. I don't know why, but I just it's very like loud music.
Personally believe the West gets wrong about Vietnam.
Even when it's not loud, it still's like, you know what I mean?
The Western brass
yeah.
always likes to claim that Vietnam absolutely worship the USA and that we want to side with them against China. They use the fact that we have a comprehensive strategic partnership with the USA as evidence of this supposed fact. But we haven't had a comprehensive strategic partnership with China since 2008, much longer than we've had with the USA. The fact is, Vietnam will do its best to have a peaceful and productive relationships with every nation on earth. We want to be friends with everyone, but that doesn't mean we won't defend our people and our economy. For thousands of years, Vietnamese have always had the same philosophy. We hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. At this point, I can only speculate. But as of right now, I think the worst case...
Yo, Mystic. Did you like it? I just found out it's going to be playing in Kansas City. I'm gonna get a ticket. So I actually didn't think it would come here, but I'm stoked.
Scenario for Vietnam involves our huge wealth of natural rare earth resources. The US is actively trying to strong-arm Ukraine into paying debts with these minerals, despite Ukraine having very little rare earth. Meanwhile, Vietnam ranks number 2 in the world for having the most rare earth, with China as number 1. And as you know, China is now totally done with the USA. They have issued a huge tariffs against the USA in retaliation to Trump's trade war, and have even gone as far as to ban Chinese firms from investing in US companies. Bravo, China. Vietnam's got it all. Natural resources, a young workforce, relatively inexpensive skilled labor, ports, and stable politics. That's why the world has been turning Vietnam as its new alternative to China. And that's why the USA, led by Donald Trump, the greedy capitalist, wants to lure us into the trap. For years, the US has demanded rare earth mining rights and military bases in Vietnam.
Oh, actually, I didn't know about the rare earth. Like, I actually did not know about that. I didn't know there were resources on the at play. That could definitely change the tariff situation a lot too.
They want our resources and a strategic foothold against China. Their goal? Flood us with expensive US goods, crush our domestic industries, and turn us into another Ukraine-style proxy. Of course, this makes us nervous. What kind of deal will Vietnam strike? How will it impact us? Right now, we are all waiting anxiously.
Hi, EJ here. Welcome back to Naga. Wait, what? This is Luna's channel. What am I doing here?
I've summoned you here to do my bidding.
This is perfect. We get the American Vietnamese crossover we all wanted.
Again. All right, what's your bidding this time?
Dude, when we go to Vietnam, I would love to reach out and see if they'd be down to do an IRL. Wouldn't it be fun if it was like me, Grimlow, like, you know, Mari Tofu, we get everybody there and then we do like a big ass, like fun IRL, go out at night with Luna and non-compete. That'd be so fucking sick, dude. Do something fun in Hanoi. Also, look at this guy. God, look at him. His little paws. Look at his little paws. I got it to focus on him. I think that's like the first time.
Tell everyone about your experience watching Vietnam develop over the last 12 years.
Fine.
Can I plug the new album? Yeah. Go ahead, Becca. Chat, Becca, one of the artists that Becca represents just dropped a new album. Y'all should go check it out. They're also like, I don't know, Becca, you plug it. Becca will plug it better than I can.
I moved to Vietnam in 2013. At that time, Vietnam was a completely different nation. I saw way more poverty, and Vietnam just felt like a developing country. You know, smartphones were very much a luxury that few people had. There were very few cars on the street. In fact, I have some footage from my first trip to Vietnam that shows the difference. And take a look. Here's Ho Chi Minh City in December 2012.
Vox's debut album, All My Best Friends Are Ghosts, came out today. It's the culmination of years of quiet survival, deep reflection, and artistic risk. Over the course of the album campaign, Vox has come out publicly as autistic, as someone living with chronic pain, and as asexual. The album is a map of that journey. Stream it there at the link, and also go subscribe to the Substack. Go do that. I mean, this is what it looked like when I lived there.
Here's Ho Chi Minh City today.
I mean, I don't know. These are just different. You filmed in the city center, like, not even the city center, like I don't know, man. And then you filmed like a highway. Yeah, I mean, this is what Saigon looks like.
Vietnam has developed with breathtaking speed. When I first moved here, nobody knew anything about Vietnam. When I told my friends I was moving here, they were honestly shocked. Vietnam's reputation was kind of terrible, and everyone thought of it.
Ho Chi Minh is crazy noisy. I couldn't handle it. Yeah. Yes and no. You get used to it. Noise never really bothered me. There are also quieter areas and neighborhoods you can live in. A lot of people choose high rises for that reason. Getting above the sound is a good option.
It as just a poor country with very little hope for a successful future. That started to change by around 2015, 2016, when suddenly people started to notice that things they were buying, like shoes and jackets and home goods, were made in Vietnam. More people started coming here for vacation, seeing how beautiful it was, how good the food is, how nice the people are. And they were noticing that the material conditions here were improving, just like I was. Then the pandemic happened. I think this was a turning point for how a lot of the world saw Vietnam. It was a miracle case. For the first year of the pandemic, there were only around 50 cases of COVID. The people here were honestly protected, and Vietnam prospered while the West spiraled into chaos. The difference was night and day. And if you would have told me in 2013 when I first moved here that within about a decade, Vietnam would become such a
How much of a challenge is it to cross the street? None at all. It's literally easier than in America. You just have to trust that nobody wants to hit you with their motorbike. You know? Nobody's trying to fucking hit you. If you just raise your arm and make yourself visible, be predictable, just walk, people will avoid you.
Powerful and important economy that it gets name dropped in virtually every article about a global trade war, I would have laughed in your face. And yet here we are. Vietnam has had incredible success with the deck stacked against them the entire time. And despite this incredible success, the Western press has underestimated and maligned this nation and its people while distorting the truth about what's going on here every step of the way. So I expect to see much the same in the coming months and years. The West is going to get the story wrong about Vietnam, catastrophize and make things seem much worse than they are, and just lie about this country the way they've been doing the whole time I've lived here. They're already describing Vietnam as fragile and spelling doom for this country. The West just has a habit of underestimating Vietnam. But if you want to hear a counter perspective from a Vietnamese communist, be sure to subscribe to Luna and share her videos if you find them useful. You should also subscribe to Non-Compete.
Nope, you're not blogging Non-Compete on my channel. Blog the book.
All right. Luna translated this book. It's the Vietnamese curriculum on dialectical materialism. It's a fantastic resource if you want to understand Marxism and communist philosophy from a Vietnamese perspective. You can get the ebook for free at banyanhouse.org. I should also mention that I illustrated and edited the ebook.
Okay, that's enough from you. Now back to your void dimension.
Not the void dimension. No!
Oh, I love their dynamic. That's so cute.
The future hold for Vietnam? Well, we are expecting 3 possible scenarios. Best case, a fair deal, no loss of resources and sovereignty, and Vietnamese officials manage to work out a fair trade deal with the USA. Economic relations are normalized, Vietnam keeps growing, the US gets quality goods, win-win. This is what Vietnam wants. We don't want a trade war where nobody benefits and everyone suffers. Bad scenario. The US demands resources like rare earth and military bases on Vietnamese soil, but Vietnam says no. The USA maintains its tariffs, perhaps even institute sanctions, but we've survived wars, and we will find a way through this crisis the same as every other nation. Worst case scenario, and I don't think this will happen. Vietnam surrenders to US demands, becoming a proxy against China like Ukraine. If this does happen, we are doomed. And this is why
I don't think that's going to happen.
It's very hard for this scenario.
I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think of it that way at all, but I do think that a deal will be made that Vietnam benefits from. I do think a deal will be made. They're in too unique of a position for it not to happen.
The USA has wanted to destroy Vietnam since the 1950s, and I believe we will continue to struggle and fight against this, and I believe we will win. Unfortunately, as EJ said, the capitalist media of the West will distort the situation and do everything they can to make Vietnam look weak. The fact that we are sending a team to negotiate with Trump will be interpreted as weak by the West. Anything and everything we do will get spun to make our communist government look as bad as possible. That's just the way things go when you're trying to build socialism in a hostile capitalist world. But that won't deter us, and from my perspective, I believe we will come out of this trade war stronger than we began. Luna here with a quick update. Right now in the Western media I've been reading, they've begun building the narrative that Vietnam is bowing down before the USA's demands. This, as I already mentioned above, is the tactic to make Vietnam look weak and to fool Western viewers into misunderstanding our diplomacy policies. What you have to understand is that the USA, by acting so irrationally and disrupting the entire world's global trade, is going to destroy its own economy and will do a lot of damage to the rest of the world simultaneously. And that includes Vietnam. Of course, Vietnam will try to minimize the harm done by Trump's reckless and senseless tariff policies. And of course, the government will try to work out a deal with the USA that stabilizes us as we transition into this rapid...
Yeah, Blasian, that's what I'm saying. I 100% that. They're just gonna play neutral, play the middle ground between the two, and profit the entire way from both sides. That's how I see it going, and I think that would be good for the Vietnamese people. But you also have to It's weird because we're Americans, so it's hard. But hopefully Luna's videos give you a better sense of you do trust that the right decisions will be made throughout, and it's not gonna be run by corruption and benefiting only a few people, and that these spoils will be shared. And Vietnam has done pretty good at that. You can feel improvements in people's lives happening around you all the time.
Rapidly developing new era of global trade war. But it would be a mistake to think that Vietnam is just going to roll over and do whatever the USA demands of us.
Yeah, you should go to Saigon, Ho Chi Minh City, go to Saigon, go to Hoi An is beautiful for a weekend maybe. Da Nang, Hoi An, really, really cool cities. You can do a lot there. Hanoi is cool too. Definitely go to, I would say those three are the big ones.
Assembly meeting on April 6th.
Hoi An is worth it though. Hoi An is a very cool little town. And it's 30-40 minutes away from Da Nang, so most people just stay in Da Nang. Yo, what up, Sarah? Welcome in. Thank you for the raid.
Our Prime Minister affirmed that the US is our biggest export market, but by no means it is the only market. Vietnam needs to restructure our export industry and enhance our goods quality to enter many other very potential markets, such as the Middle East, Eastern Europe, Latin America, India, and ASEAN. To me, personally, it seems obvious that Vietnam is now trying to buy time to make a smoother transition towards strengthening ties to more trade partners. On the one hand, Vietnamese diplomats will try to build as soft a landing as possible as the USA pulls back relations. And on the other hand, we will continue building up our trade relations with other countries. Remember that the big reason Vietnam sells so much stuff to the USA is because Trump issued huge tariffs against China during his first term as president.
Yeah, they were already. That's the thing. They were already filling this role.
American companies immediately began looking for an
alternative. Like I said before, Nintendo moved their manufacturing to Vietnam in anticipation of tariffs or a trade war with China.
Manufacture goods, and Vietnam proved to be a reliable and strong manufacturing hub. Then, during COVID, Vietnam was one of the only countries on earth that really managed to successfully contain the pandemic. And that made us very stable and powerful as an industrial center. We have a great reputation now all around the world as a place to make high-quality products at a good price, and you can be sure that Vietnam will leverage that with other countries. When Vietnam upgraded the USA to a comprehensive strategic partnership status under the Biden administration, a lot of people made a huge deal about it and said that Vietnam was allying with the USA against China. Of course, nobody mentioned that Vietnam has already had a comprehensive strategic partnership with China since 2008. And nobody has been reporting on the fact that since upgrading the USA to comprehensive strategic partner, Vietnam has since upgraded 5 more countries to comprehensive strategic partnership status. Number 1 is Australia in March 2024. Number 2 is France in October 2024. Number 3 is Malaysia in November 2024. Number 4 is New Zealand in February 2025 and Indonesia in March 2025. At the same time, Vietnam is strengthening its relationship with Spain, and Spain's Prime Minister is visiting Vietnam for the first time since 1977 today, while I'm recording this, on April 9th, 2025. And we will also upgrade our relationship to comprehensive strategic partnership very soon. Vietnam has also been strengthening its already strong trading partnership with China, and Xi Jinping has announced that he will also visit Vietnam this month. So the USA is telling the truth in reporting that Vietnam is trying to negotiate a mutually beneficial deal with the USA, but they are not telling the whole truth. They are leaving out the fact that Vietnam has many other options aside from the USA, and we are pursuing them. In the end, it's a simple fact. Without the US, we still have the rest of the world to trade with. And it's also a fact that the US will lose more than us in the long run if they continue with this course of diplomatic bullying. But these are early days for the trade war. All we can do for now is to wait and see what will happen in the next few weeks. So stay tuned, because for sure I will give you more news and analysis about this US tariff crisis. Thanks for watching. See you soon.
Damn, dude. I just feel so grateful. I do. I feel grateful to Luna that we have this kind of insight and that she's making this content. It's very, very informative and very good. Definitely go check out Luna. Go watch this video on your own. Go share this video with other people who are talking about the tariffs in China. Again, I think Vietnam is a key player in this, and I think honestly is kind of being ignored. I think people are thinking of Vietnam and underestimating it and being weak. So that sucks. Okay, chat. Next up, we are doing a little bit of history. Everybody and their mothers have been recommending this video to me. It's a smaller creator. Modern Insurgent is the name of the creator. We're going to pin the link in the chat here. I would ask you to please go and watch this, like, put it on a muted tab. Put it on a muted tab in the background and play it, please. Make sure you subscribe like this and click the like button. And we'll get this. I wanted to watch this today because I have a calendar. You can't see it. It's just off frame back here, up there. But I have a calendar of radical, it's like a radical events calendar. And I read yesterday that in 1999, on April 8th, 3,000 Zapatistas. Here, let me get their exact wording here. Hold on. (1999) 3,000 unarmed Zapatistas liberated San Pedro from the Mexican army. And I think that's what this is going to be about here. So let's look back on some radical history, fairly recent radical history, and learn about this event that took place yesterday, but in 1999. Anywhere in the world, at any time, any man or woman rebels and ends up breaking away from the clothes that conformism has woven for them, and that cynicism has colored gray. Any man or woman of any color in any language says and tell themselves, "Ya basta." Enough already.
On New Year's Day, 1994, the southern Mexican state of Chiapas woke to a spectacle. Masked and armed indigenous militants marched through the streets of its largest city, San Cristobal de las Casas, declaring that a revolution had begun. Their message? Ya basta. Enough already. the indigenous peoples of Mexico, having suffered 500 years of colonial oppression, would suffer no more. The time for their liberation was at hand. By the break of dawn, the city hall had been occupied, land records destroyed, and prisoners freed. Elsewhere, an as yet unknown guerrilla leader calling himself Subcomandante Marcos seized the police station and distributed arms to his troops. As he explained to a pair of shocked tourists, "We are sorry for the inconvenience, but this is a revolution." Hours later, knowing that state retribution would be swift, the rebels abandoned San Cristobal. Over the
Fox News thinks this is a movie? What do you mean?
next 12 days,
This is real
until a
life.
ceasefire was declared, the rebels battled the Mexican army across the rugged interior of Chiapas. When the smoke cleared and an unsteady truce was called, 145 men and women lay dead, most of them rebels. Though the insurgents had failed to seize lasting control over the urban areas of Chiapas, ostensibly the first step in an audacious plan to advance to Mexico City and seize the nation's capital, they had survived the military counterattack. They were now in a position to negotiate while constructing a system of radical autonomy in the remote and impoverished indigenous communities from which they launched their momentous uprising. The Zapatista Army of National Liberation, or EZLN, had made its debut, and they were here to stay.
No sé cómo sanar esta herida, la tengo abierta y duele todavía. Por ti.
Damn, this is good.
The days of upheaval that would come to be known as
Chat
the
recommends good shit.
1994 Zapatista Uprising may have taken the white and mestizo elites of Mexico by surprise. But the Zapatista Uprising was only the public unveiling of a movement years in the making. Behind it lies a history of 500 years of colonial dispossession in the largely Maya zones of the Chiapas hinterland, as well as a more recent history of left-wing insurgency in urban Mexico during the late 20th century. The Zapatista Army of National Liberation was the product of this revolutionary encounter. As the EZLN organized itself, setting up clandestine training camps in the jungles of Chiapas and assembling an arsenal, officials in the halls of power of Washington and Mexico City were hashing out the details of a comprehensive new neoliberal trade policy, the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA. Combined with changes to the
Damn, wait, we're gonna get trade policy history in this too? Fucking relevant.
Mexican Constitution that dissolved communal land use traditions in favor of private ownership, NAFTA presented serious threats to the livelihoods of smallholder farmers, especially indigenous peasants in primarily agricultural states such as Chiapas. This was the context in which the EZLN began planning its public unveiling, culminating in the uprising of January 1st, 1994, the same day that NAFTA went into effect.
Damn.
Over the past 30 years, the Zapatistas have become known internationally for their unique system of indigenous autonomy, which outsiders have described as taking influences from anarchism and socialism, though the Zapatistas themselves reject these terms. Zapatista ideology is a syncretic mix of various influences and elements, drawing from both the indigenous cultures of Mexico and strands of radical leftism. They reject the state, capitalism, neoliberalism, and globalization, advocating instead for indigenous sovereignty, direct democracy, women's rights, the communalization of property, and autonomous systems of education, healthcare, law, and economic production. The success of their
fucking
autonomous
awesome.
project has inspired countless other social movements across Latin America and the world, drawing frequent comparisons to liberation movements in Kurdistan, Palestine, and beyond. Subcomandante Marcos, in particular, became a global sensation as an icon of Latin American revolution, whose suave charisma and warrior poet persona served to elevate the Zapatista movement. His books soon appeared in numerous languages and bookstores around the world, while his masked face soon graced t-shirts and album covers like a new Che Guevara. In November 2023,
I'll be
the
right back.
EZLN broke their long silence by issuing a series of communiques declaring major changes to their system of autonomy. The old system, criticized for centralizing power and limiting the autonomy of local communities, was replaced by one that aims to decentralize and democratize Zapatista politics. The tenuous situation of the Zapatistas, 30 years from their dramatic uprising in 1994, raises vital questions regarding the future of this unique and globally influential, yet vulnerable social movement. To better understand where the Zapatistas are today, and where they might go from here, the modern insurgent dispatched a reporting team to Chiapas to attend the uprising's 30th anniversary. New Year's Day, 1994. This is where it all began. Nestled between the mountains of the central highlands of Chiapas, San Cristobal de las Casas is an unassuming city of cobblestone streets and adobe walls, built in the old colonial style. Today, tourists flock to colonial-era monuments, while indigenous merchants hawk goods in the bustling marketplace. 30 years ago, this city was briefly a battleground. Our team stopped here in the days leading up to the anniversary to speak with experts on the Zapatista uprising, its aftermath, and the status of Zapatista autonomy 30 years later. In the Nabolom archive in San Cristobal, we spoke with historian and archivist Gregorio Vázquez, whose research in the archives and fieldwork with indigenous communities in the Lacandon jungle has brought him into close contact with the Zapatistas. Vázquez welcomed us into the archive.
Damn, dude, this is like a fucking full-on documentary. This is crazy. What is this? What is this channel? They're doing on the ground in Lebanon 4 months ago? Kurdistan? And they only have 4.7k subs? Dude. Blow that shit up, chat. They did like a podcast? Yeah, blow this shit up.
Context behind the uprising, using source materials from the time.
Estamos en el archivo José Weber. Es un archivo de un educador alemán que llega en los años 40 a San Cristóbal y se establece hasta su muerte en el 83. Uno de los periódicos importantes en San Cristóbal que va a registrar las actividades de las comunidades indígenas antes del EZLN y después del EZLN, después de la aparición pública, es el periódico Tiempo. El periódico Tiempo era un periódico formado, fue fundado por Concepción Villafuerte y llamado Avendaño. Personas con una posición política de izquierda que tenían claro cuáles eran como las situaciones que estaban viviendo las comunidades indígenas. Por ejemplo, este es uno de los periódicos que en lo personal creo que explora mucho del avance en la organización de la comunidad indígena. Chiapas, del Congreso Indígena a la Guerra Campesina. El Congreso Indígena se da en 1974, es la primera organización donde los grupos indígenas de Chiapas de diferentes etnias se reúnen para hablar de cuáles son los problemas sociales que están atravesando. A partir de eso en las mismas comunidades se van a ir organizando poco a poco para defender cuestiones de tierra, de educación, de justicia, cuestiones agrarias. Y después se van a recrudecer principalmente los ataques militares y ataques gubernamentales hacia las comunidades organizadas. Entonces creo que este es uno de estos textos que permite entender cómo del 74 al 94 hay 20 años de organización política dentro de los espacios. Los zapatistas siempre han dicho que ellos no quisieron tomar otros personajes como Marx, como Engels, como Stalin, como Lenin. ¿Por qué? Porque esos personajes no eran conocidos por la población campesina ni la población indígena. Zapata era un referente fuerte para la población mexicano, con la gente que se identificaba, y por tanto pues, las ideas de Zapata florecieron con más rapidez que pues, las mismas concepciones marxistas que se manejaban en el espacio. Las demandas que exige el EZLN en 1994 son las mismas demandas que se estaban estableciendo en 1974 cuando se realiza el Congreso Nacional Indígena, y esas demandas son las mismas demandas que se exigían en 1950 cuando llega el INI, y esas mismas demandas son las que existían en 1934 cuando se crea el primer departamento indígena en el estado. Y esas mismas, pareciera irónico, pero a 2023 son las mismas demandas. Sigue siendo salud, territorio, educación, cultura.
Some still remember clearly the early days of the uprising 30 years later. We spoke with Gaspar Morquecho, a journalist and anthropologist who was one of the first on the scene on the morning of January 1st, 1994. Morquecho recalls speaking with Subcomandante Marcos on the steps of the City Hall of San Cristóbal on that historic day.
Mi nombre es Gaspar Morquecho Camilla, soy antropólogo y de alguna manera le sigo dando seguimiento al movimiento. Pues el evento más importante es, después de la declaración de guerra, 10 días de combate, el gobierno federal decreta el cese al fuego, ¿sí? Y el ZLN acepta el cese al fuego. ¿Y qué se va a dar? Se crearon las condiciones para el primer diálogo con el gobierno federal que se va a celebrar aquí en la Catedral de San Cristóbal de las Casas. Eso fue muy interesante porque el 1 de enero del 94 frente al Palacio.
Whoa, what happened with
fue cuando yo
what do the captions do there?
conozco a Marcos, que está por ahí. Muy temprano, nada más estábamos él y yo ahí en la plaza, ahí nos conocimos. Y sabía, me presento Gaspar Morquecho de Chiltac. Ah, sí, Amado Bendaño, Conchita, el periódico Tiempo, ¿no?
I'm gonna travel Mexico more too. Mexico is so fucking cool.
Y por aquí anda un ejemplar del periódico. Y
With the gray collar popping out of the gray hoodie. Is that his name, Isaac? Because that's sick.
Dije, ¿y este cabrón de dónde nos conoce? O sea, conocía todo, pues tenía, como jefe militar, tenía muy bien ubicado a varios de los referentes.
Nah. There's too much translated. I'm not gonna read it.
Le dije, ¿y van a dialogar? Claro, vamos a dialogar. Entonces yo volteé como diciendo, no te creo. ¿Cómo vas a dialogar si andan acá? Se molestó mucho al dudar yo de su afirmación. Entonces le dije, ¿cómo van a dialogar? Y ya muy serio y con otro tono de voz, sacó el arma con esto.
Alden, thank you for the raid.
Con las armas en la mano. Y efectivamente llegan.
We're watching a documentary about the Zapatista uprising 30 years later.
Al diálogo, la delegación del ZLN llegaron con las armas en la mano. O sea, la cuestión simbólica, la cuestión en concreto y el hecho de que no permitía que se dudara de lo que planteaban, ¿no?
Our team's time in San Cristóbal in the days leading up to the 30th anniversary of the Zapatista uprising provided clear insights into the historical context of Zapatismo and the changes experienced by the movement over the past 3 decades.
So pretty.
To understand the status of the Zapatistas today and where their movement might go from here, however, we had to get close.
I've been watching for like a year, and the caller comments the first thing I've ever said in chat.
Closer to the source.
I was like, you were following since November, okay? But we appreciate the lurkers. The lurkers are the backbone of the community, baby. Yo, take this opportunity right now. I won't even call you out. We aren't even going to look at chat. But if you're a lurker and you've been in here for a long time, you've never said anything, you can type 1 right now. I won't look. I know you don't want to be perceived, but I love you.
On the eve of the anniversary, we headed to the Caracol of Dolores Hidalgo to attend the commemorations in person, the first public event held in Zapatista territory in several years. Dolores Hidalgo is one of 12 Zapatista Caracoles, a type of interface compound where the Zapatistas hold events and receive outside visitors, who were typically not permitted direct access to Zapatista communities.
Oh yeah, we love you. We love you,
As
lurkers.
our car trundled up the badly worn road.
Thank you for hanging out.
We passed sign after sign announcing our entrance
One? They were like, I looked. I'm not looking. I mean, I'm just saying thank you.
into Zapatista autonomous
I'm
territory.
not looking.
Here, the people command and the government obeys, read 1. A typical maxim that embodies the movement's principle of popular rule and government accountability. The movement's ubiquitous red star adorned the walls of buildings on which were painted
That's a good
murals
emote.
depicting Emiliano Zapata standing alongside the masked militants who bear his name.
Yeah, bring it, comrade.
As
we love
pulled
it.
into the cartel itself, hundreds of masked insurgents in the brown and green uniform of the EZLN
Broken the
stood
seal.
at attention along the roadside, red bandanas neatly tied around their necks. Outside of the large wooden enclosure where the commemoration events were held, a sea of tents extending in all directions showed the huge size of the audience drawn to the remote mountains of Chiapas to show their support for the rebels. Clearly,
This is so sick.
despite the challenges faced by the
When I was in LA, I actually worked with this woman through More Perfect Union. She was like a comms person for the UCFW union in LA. And we did a video on them, and then I went and supported them afterwards when they struck. And like, I've been in touch with her for a lot of different stuff with like our screenings and stuff. But she was like a film. She told me about how she was a filmmaker who embedded with the Zapatistas in like the 90s. I was like, what? She was telling us. I was like, oh my god, what? I want to hear everything about this. It was so sick. Yeah.
the Zapatista movement in recent years, it still enjoys considerable outside interest and support. The sounds of various Maya languages mingled with those of Spanish, English, Italian, German, and numerous other languages. The atmosphere resembled a mix of Woodstock and Occupy. Notably, drugs and alcohol were strictly prohibited, as they are within Zapatista.
Wait, how is that like Woodstock? The comparison, I was like, Woodstock and Occupy. I was like, wait, huh? That's very different. Drugs and alcohol were prohibited from Occupy, but you could smoke a joint around the corner. You know what I mean?
Zapatista territory in general. As the EZLN stated in a communique prior to the anniversary event, this was no party. In the community kitchens, Zapatista community members were hard at work boiling huge pots of soup and coffee.
Oh my god.
Food and drink were mostly free, illustrating the profitless orientation of Zapatista economics. None of the community members present would consent to an interview. We were informed repeatedly that the Zapatistas themselves were forbidden from speaking to press. We were nonetheless able to observe
Press
some of the
discipline. Interesting.
events put on at the anniversary that shed light on life in Zapatista territory today. Throughout the day of the anniversary, a series of pedagogical theatrical productions paid homage to crucial moments in Zapatista history
Wow.
and demonstrated how their model of autonomy works in practice.
That's so cool.
Told the 500-year story of colonialism in Chiapas, beginning with the Spanish conquest and continuing through the Zapatista uprising.
Cops were so fucked up there. I just remembered I went to Occupy every day after work for a week or so. Yeah, I was really involved with Occupy Chicago. I lived in Chicago at the time, and that was like my radicalizing moment. I was 18 in 2011, just moved out of Kansas City to Chicago, and like a month later, Occupy started, and I got absolutely swept up. And you're right, yeah. I mean, that was the first time I saw police violence. You know, totally radicalized me, changed my entire life. In a good way. I mean, I am who I am because of that.
Another illustrated how a Zapatista woman might bring a
Never looked
domestic
back.
violence case to the autonomous court system. And a third demonstrated the workings of the Zapatista
You were in New York.
education system.
Yeah, that's crazy.
In Chiapas, the Mexican state with the highest literacy rate at nearly 14%. These theatrical performances are an effective way to teach local history and communicate the lessons of Zapatismo. To one side of the theatrical enclosure, Zapatistas sold books and posters bearing art and political slogans. There was even a board game for sale called Autonomía Zapatista, Zapatista Autonomy. The numerous books on sale, many authored by Subcomandante Marcos, but many others written by academics and journalists, point to the intellectual undercurrent of Zapatismo.
True. Revolution's view. That's a great way to put it too. Because it is. I was awakened to the potential, to the reality of the potential of people-powered movement building. I felt the strength that we had. You know what I mean? I've felt it many times since then too. I felt it during the encampments. It's like sometimes you have little glimpses where we poke through the fucking like shit on top of our lens and we can see the real thing. And the truth is that we can end this shit tomorrow if we wanted to. We could end it all tomorrow. We could change everything we wanted tomorrow if we wanted to. You know? It's true. We have the power. We could do it. We could do it.
Everywhere, masked insurgents in the green and brown uniforms of the EZLN stood a watchful guard over the anniversary event. There were at least several hundred militants in attendance, staying in a separate camp to which visitors were denied access. Many were women, a sign of the central place of women within the Zapatista movement. Estimates have placed the number of women in the EZLN at about 1/3 of all combatants.
Inevitable. I mean, there's a reason.
Mexico, women.
It's also like we don't really learn much about Mexican history at all. Like I was very fortunate to be able to take like IB history, and we did do like a deeper study of like the Mexican history and Mexican Civil War. Learned about like Emiliano Zapata and all that stuff, but that's not typical education in America, even though it's American history. Like it is American history in a big way. But you know, most people like just learn about the Texas, what's the fucking fort in Texas that everybody thinks about with the Mexico? Yeah, the Alamo, exactly. Remember the Alamo? Yeah, yeah. I forgot. I forgot it.
Women's rights have always been one of the pillars of Zapatista politics. One of the threats facing the Zapatistas today is the problem of youth disengagement. 30 years ago, revolutionary optimism was in the air. The partisans of
Pee-wee.
Hey kid, what's your name?
I can't remember.
Where you from?
I can't remember.
Can't you remember anything?
I remember the Alamo.
The EZLN were young and full of fervor. Now, the original rebels are older, and the movement consolidated. Zapatista youths, those born after the uprising, are left with the difficult and unglamorous task of maintaining the revolutionary framework that their parents set up. But some, dissatisfied with the limitations and difficulties of life in the Zapatista territories, and attracted by economic prospects and the allures of mainstream culture and society, are abandoning the territory for the cities, challenging the long-term prospects of Zapatista autonomy. At the center of the compound stood a stage where the Comandancia, the clandestine revolutionary leadership of the EZLN, would assemble to speak at the stroke of midnight on New Year's Day 2024. Before they arrived, however, our team spoke with several prominent Zapatista allies present at the anniversary to shed light on the significance of the movement today. In the early years of the Zapatista movement, the EZLN pointedly rejected participation in political processes at the national level. Faced with the history of fraudulent elections and corruption in Mexican politics, and the nature of what the Zapatistas term the bad government of the Mexican state, the EZLN rejected the legitimacy of the formal political process. However, in 2017, during the National Indigenous Congress held in San Cristobal de las Casas, the EZLN broke with their record of abstaining from electoral politics by endorsing the first indigenous woman ever to run for president in Mexico, the Nahua traditional healer and human rights advocate Maria de Jesus Patricio Martinez. The affectionately named Marichoy ran as an independent candidate in the 2018 presidential election, losing to Andrés Manuel López Obrador, whom the EZLN has since extensively criticized. Despite her loss of the presidential bid, The EZLN's decision to explicitly endorse Marichoi's run marked a shift in the group's willingness to engage in national politics on the
That's what I was gonna say. It's very interesting that they're like engaging in electoralism. You know, like they're so fucking like I don't know, very interesting.
We caught up with Marichoi at the anniversary, where she told me how the Zapatistas are a model point of reference for all indigenous Mexicans in their pursuit of autonomy and justice nationwide.
Mi nombre es María de Jesús Patricio.
Wow.
Soy concejal, miembro del Congreso Nacional Indígena de un pueblo náhuatl del sur de Jalisco. Y pues más bien la acercamiento.
I'm gonna spam Zapatista books and discords. Bro, I know you don't read. Nori, don't fucking you better not send anything you haven't read yourself. I know you don't read.
A través como pueblos que son.
Go spam it into your own brain, dude. And then tell us which ones are good.
Y que como acá también hay pueblos, entonces pues se convoca una asamblea por ahí en el 1995, una asamblea nacional indígena convocada por nuestros hermanos zapatistas, y es como nos damos cita los diferentes pueblos a nivel nacional, y de ahí empieza una nueva relación entre pueblos que se concentran a ese llamado que nos hacen. Entonces, de ahí se da lo de el pensar, bueno, si somos pueblos, somos hermanos, tenemos los mismos problemas en los diferentes.
Has anyone ever told you you look exactly like Mac DeMarco? That's a racist. That's a racist microaggression. Okay. No, I don't. I'm way hotter.
De donde venimos, pues
No, I'm joking.
creo que es bueno tener un
racist.
espacio propio como pueblos, y entonces fue pensando y se fue construyendo lo que vio.
Wow. Take a week off for that. I'm gonna do it over here. Take a week off.
Origen a lo que es el Congreso Nacional Indígena. Es un espacio que surge a raíz de ese llamamiento, y entonces pues de ahí hasta ahorita pues hemos estado, ya tenemos
Let's kill that guy.
27 años de conformados. Entonces esa es la relación que ha habido, ¿verdad? Como pueblos, como hermanos, y la situación que se vive pues en cada pueblo de despojo y también de violencia que últimamente se está viviendo, ¿verdad? Entonces, pues es eso, pues, ¿verdad? Es que cuando se participó en este proceso electoral 2017-2018, fue una, ¿cómo les quiero explicar? Como un sacudir a México, ¿verdad? Como un llamado de que no está la solución a los problemas o a través de unas urnas o de un partido, sino que tenemos que buscar otras formas organizativas, y no es a través de las elecciones. Era como esos dos objetivos, como que volteáramos a ver que si no hay organización, quede quien quede, la situación va a seguir igual. Y la organización abajo, ¿verdad? En los pueblos real, porque no es organizarse para unas elecciones o para estar en el poder, sino cómo vamos construyendo desde abajo otra forma que no cabe en las urnas, como decían nuestros hermanos.
Ooh, I love that. Oh my God. Something that doesn't fit into the ballot box, as our brother and sister say. Woo! That's
Fue así
fire.
como un sacudir, como que voltearan a ver que los pueblos están siendo masacrados, acabados, y que los de arriba no voltean a ver eso. Solamente los utilizan para obtener los votos. Y ¿verdad? Alguien decía, es que nos vamos a meter a la fiesta de los ricos. ¿verdad? Y para echarles a perder su fiesta, ¿verdad? Entonces era usar sus mismas herramientas, pero para hacer visible que todo eso nada más lo usan, pero para favorecer un equipo, un grupo.
She's right. She's right. It's just a game meant to benefit the rich. No matter what you do, you will not use the master's tools to dismantle his house.
Un ejemplo pues son lo que están haciendo nuestros hermanos en este proceso, pues los pueblos que tienen sus propias formas de tomar decisión y que a veces son por los programas de gobierno, pues los lesionan por los megaproyectos. Entonces es como retomar esa organización propia que se tiene en los pueblos y que ha sido lesionada. Pues como decimos en los pueblos, la libre determinación de decir aquí en la comunidad, como es mi tierra, es mi gente, es mi costumbre, yo aquí decido qué se hace, ¿verdad? Es tomar en cuenta a la asamblea, la decisión de la asamblea, y si se equivoca, pues se equivocó todos, pues.
Mari Choi was not the only indigenous activist present at the anniversary whom we spoke with. We also met with two Otomi delegates from the CNI, Isabel Valencia and Sara Hernandez Jimenez, who told us what Zapatista autonomy means to them.
A partir de que ellos llegan a decir que
Okay, I'll read it. All of it began when they arrived and claimed to have conquered
nos
us.
conquistaron, ¿no? Desde hace 530
For 531 years, they have said, we arrived and conquered.
Conquistamos México, conquistamos a los pueblos.
Mexico, we conquered its peoples.
Estamos aquí
But
para
today we're here to tell them that they lied.
No fue una
It was
conquista.
not a conquest, it was a massacre, it was plunder.
Se llevaron
They took everything our indigenous peoples had, all our wealth, and they are still doing it today.
Es un saqueo que no ha terminado.
Plundering has never stopped. In the past, it was gold.
Fue todo lo que teníamos.
It was everything we had as tangible resources.
Hay oro que no.
Today, there's another kind of gold, one that is not easily seen or perceived, hidden in the mountains.
Porque es el agua.
It is water, it is the forests,
Y todo
and that is
eso
what
es
we're
lo que
defending.
estamos defendiendo. Esa parte de
They
que en
once
su
said it was a
momento dijeron fue
conquest, that they took everything
y los
from us.
conquistamos y le
But
quitamos
that is not the
todo,
truth.
pero no es así. Entonces esa lucha
That
es
is
la
the
que
struggle we
viene
continue
haciendo.
today,
Y fue
a struggle that
precisamente
began
como
with a spark,
esa lanza
a
que se
resistance
hizo
that
en su
ignited
momento
30
hace
years
30
ago.
años, que ahorita se está
Now we
festejando.
commemorate that
Pero antes
moment.
de los 30 años,
But this fight began even
empezaron 10
earlier,
años
10
antes.
years before the uprising.
Son 40
So it's been
años
40
de
years of
esta
struggle,
lucha, de este caminar y de decir que sí,
40
sí
years of
podemos
walking this path,
resistir,
and
sí
proving that
podemos
yes,
luchar contra
we
la
can
muerte,
resist
¿no?
and that we
Porque
can
la
fight back,
muerte es
because
el
capitalism is
capitalismo.
death.
El
Capitalism
capitalismo que
arrives
llega,
disguised as
disfrazado de
progress,
progreso, disfrazado de
disguised as
trabajo,
jobs,
que es lo
just
que
as
nos
they've
han
always
dicho,
told us.
que si viene una empresa
They say
vamos a
that if the
tener mucho
company
trabajo,
comes, there will
y
be
los
plenty of
pueblos
work,
sabemos que no
but
es
we,
así.
the communities,
Los
know
pueblos
that's not
sabemos que
true.
ese trabajo
We
va
know
a
that
ser
these jobs will
por
only
poco
last a short
tiempo,
time.
y al final de cuentas,
And in the end, the
tu
land where you
parcela
once
donde
planted your
sembrabas ya no vas
crops,
a poder
you will no
sembrar.
longer
¿Por
be
qué?
able to
Porque ya
plant
va a haber
there.
un hotel ahí, porque ya
Because
ya
now
va a
there'll be
haber
a
un
hotel or a
Starbucks, porque ya va a
Starbucks
haber
or
un
a
centro
shopping mall.
comercial, y eso es lo que
That's what
eso
they
es
call
lo que ellos
progress.
llaman progreso, es lo que ellos
That
llaman
is what they call
trabajo hacia
jobs
las
for
comunidades
communities and
y hacia
indigenous
los pueblos.
peoples.
Y hoy en día
But today
hemos
we have come to
entendido
understand.
y sabemos
We know
que
that
todo
everything
lo
they
que
tell
nos
us is a
dicen es
lie.
mentira, ¿no? Entonces, para nosotros
For
es
us,
una
the
inspiración la
Zapatista
lucha
struggle is an
zapatista porque
inspiration because we know that together
se pueden lograr
we can
lo
achieve
que
what the state
el
says is
Estado dice
impossible.
que no es posible. Ajá.
Stopping
Parar
mega
megaproyectos,
projects,
liberar a nuestros
freeing our
detenidos,
detained comrades,
que presenten
demanding the return of our disappeared, some of them at least.
con esa presión
With the pressure of all
de todos los
indigenous
pueblos que
communities and
mucha
many
gente
conscious
consiente.
people, we resist.
Pues más bien,
Well, rather, we're like a network, right?
entonces,
So when one of us is
donde
harmed,
nos
we must all
dañan,
respond.
tenemos que responder todos. Y
And we say that the
pues, más bien,
Zapatistas are our
ellos,
elder
nuestros
siblings,
hermanos mayores que nos enseñan
guiding us along a
un
path that they
camino
have
más
already walked,
adelantado
showing us
y
possible ways
rutas por
forward.
donde nosotros podemos seguir de acuerdo
We
a
follow
nuestros
their lead
contextos,
according to
nuestros
our own
tiempos,
contexts,
y, pues,
our own
nuestras
times, and our own
posibilidades también.
possibilities.
Por eso es esta lucha en conjunto.
That is why this
de
struggle
todos los
unites all
pueblos, y
indigenous
por eso hoy
communities.
estamos aquí festejando, porque esta lucha
That is
es
why
para
today
todos
we
y para-
celebrate.
y para todas, porque
Because this struggle belongs to all
es a
people
nivel
everywhere.
mundial, ya no es México,
This is no longer
ya
just
no
about
es
Mexico
Europa,
or
ya no
Europe
es
or
en
any
otra
one
parte
place
del
in the
mundo.
world.
Definitivamente yo
I
creo
believe
que
that my
muchos-
brothers and sisters were once
muchas
asleep,
hermanos,
and today
estaban como dormidos y hoy
they're
están
waking up.
despertando
They're
y hoy
speaking out.
están diciendo y están defendiendo la
They're
tierra.
defending the
Al-
land
al
just by
estar
being
aquí,
here.
En esta fiesta.
In this celebration, this gathering today,
Hoy, al cumplirse
marking
30
30
años,
years, even 40
años,
years
se
of
puede
such a
decir,
strong and enduring
de
struggle.
una lucha tan fuerte. Entonces, también los
But we,
pueblos
the
hemos
indigenous
dicho que
peoples,
si
say,
tienes tu
if you
historia,
lose your
no estás
history,
muerto.
you are dead.
Sin historia, sí estás muerto. Entonces,
And we are
los
not
pueblos
dead.
tenemos
We carry our
nuestra
history
historia.
with us.
Pues más bien es una
The
referencia
Zapatistas
para
serve
toda
as
la
a point of
humanidad,
reference
porque
for all of
recordemos que
humanity.
si no hay
Because if
naturaleza,
nature is
no hay
destroyed,
vida.
life is
Si no hay
destroyed.
árboles, no hay
If there are no
oxígeno. Si
trees,
no hay
there's no
agua, no hay
oxygen.
vida.
If there's no water,
Entonces,
there's no
es un
life.
referente de vida
That's why
para toda la
Zapatismo is not just a
humanidad
movement,
y
but a symbol
una
of
fuerza
life
detrás
for
de
all
un
humanity.
escudo
We say
de
that as a
esta
shield against the
destrucción fatal que
destruction
es para
taking
todos,
place.
no nada más
A
para
destruction that
zapatistas
affects
o no
not only
zapatistas,
Zapatistas,
sino
but
que es
everyone.
esta
This capitalist destruction,
capitalista es, como ellos
which,
dicen,
as
de
they
muerte
say,
y
is a
es
force
para
of
todos.
death.
After speaking with the CNI representatives, we stepped back while the festivities continued throughout the day and into the night. Finally, nearing midnight, the formal anniversary ceremony began. One by one, the uniformed militants of the Zapatista Army of National Liberation filed out of their camp and into the two main enclosures of the Caracol. Since the 90s, the EZLN has seldom been seen with real weapons, preferring wooden substitutes. However, the rifles they carried in 1994 are still sequestered in the jungle, ready in case they should ever be needed again. Although the display of several hundred insurgents marching in unison seemed impressive enough to our team, we were told that this was only a small portion of the entire EZLN army, which is never present in its entirety on any single occasion. As the militants put on their martial display, the Comandancia arrived under escort and took their seats on the central stage. In a symbolic move typical of Zapatista theatrics, the first row of seats on the stage consisted of empty chairs, each marked with text representing an absent demographic: the disappeared, the murdered, political prisoners, and the casualties of more than 500 years of colonialism, among others. The Zapatistas have not forgotten the martyrs of their struggle. As the music died down and the insurgent army stood at attention, Subcomandante Moises, the successor of Subcomandante Marcos as the head spokesperson of the EZLN, took his place at the podium to address the thousands gathered there from across Chiapas, Mexico, and the whole world. Subcomandante Moises, an indigenous Tzeltal militant who was one of the original leaders of the Zapatista movement, first delivered his 20-minute speech in his native language, before repeating it in Spanish.
Compañeros, compañeras, están viendo, ahí está, las sillas de los ausentes y ausentas. No están las madres y los padres buscadoras. No están las desaparecidas.
Oh, sorry. They're saying there are those who aren't here, just like the disappeared ones, the political prisoners, the women and the men and women unjustly imprisoned,
No están las
the murdered ones. All of them are not here.
No están los jóvenes.
Neither are the young people, the youth, those who were killed. They are not here.
Están las niñas y los
And the little
niños
girls and boys who were murdered.
También
They too are not here.
están nuestros
Our great great grandparents,
los que lucharon
those who fought over 500 years ago,
años.
they're also not here.
Pero también no están
But also our fallen comrades,
nuestros
those who
compañeros
fulfilled their duties, are not here either.
que ya lo cumplieron su deber. La propiedad
Property must belong to the people and be shared,
y el pueblo se tiene que
and the people must govern themselves.
No necesitamos esos que
We do
están
not
ahí.
need those who sit up there,
Ellos creen que saben
those who
todo.
believe they know everything,
Deciden por
who
los
make decisions for teachers, for doctors, for workers in every sector,
deciden por todos los sectores de trabajadores. Como quien dice
as if they were all knowing, as if they knew everything, simply because they profit without working, without sweating.
Sin trabajar, sin sudar. No.
That is why it is the people who must learn to govern themselves.
Gobernarse.
As Subcomandante Moises finished his speech, the clock struck midnight, marking 30 years from the beginning of the experiment in indigenous autonomy that the EZLN launched in 1994. Fireworks exploded above, cheers rose up from the crowd, and a party began that would outlast the night. Back in Mexico City, we met with Pedro Valtierra, a prominent photojournalist who shot some of the most emblematic photos of the Zapatista uprising and its aftermath. In his office, he showed us a famous photograph taken in the highlands of Chiapas in 1998, capturing Zapatista women confronting the soldiers occupying their land.
Mi relación con los zapatistas.
My relationship with the Zapatistas is that, as a journalist,
Estuve cubriendo
I covered the uprising.
el levantamiento y antes
And before
había
that, I had worked
trabajando
extensively in the
mucho en la
Chiapas
región de
region,
Chiapas, todas sus comunidades.
covering its communities and groups.
Bueno, llegué.
Well,
como
I
te
arrived
decía,
on
en el
January
94,
3rd, 1994.
el día 3 de enero.
Like
Como
many
muchos
journalists.
periodistas que nos
We learned
dimos
about the
cuenta y nos
uprising and headed
enteramos
there.
del levantamiento, estábamos ahí ya.
By January 3rd, we were already there.
Para
We were there to
retratar
document
todo el
everything about the
levantamiento, todo
uprising.
lo que tenía que ver. Yo me di a la tarea
I made it my
de
mission to find them,
buscarlos, de
to
tratar
capture
de hacer
exclusive
algunas
or
cosas
special moments.
exclusivas o especiales, ¿no?
This meant
Lanzándome a la
venturing into the
selva,
jungle
con pocos
with
recursos
few resources
y
and
solo,
alone.
¿no? Me sorprendió mucho ver.
I was very surprised to see this uprising.
Yo había estado
I had already been in other uprisings, and I witnessed other struggles in El Salvador, in Central
en
America,
otras historias en El Salvador, en Centroamérica, y nunca me
but
imaginé
I could have never imagined that we would witness an uprising of this scale in Mexico.
con esas características, ¿no? Nunca imaginé que
I never
en
thought something like this
México
could
fuera a
happen
pasar eso.
here.
Sabía que en Chiapas
I
la
knew that in
situación económica es
Chiapas,
complicada,
the economic situation was difficult.
marginación de
The most of the
la mayor
population was
parte de
being
la población,
marginalized,
¿no? Que tienen
all while struggling with extreme
condiciones
poverty.
económicas, sumamente débiles, pero yo no
But
imaginé
I never imagined that
que iba a
Chiapas
haber
would
en Chiapas
experience
lo que antes
what
había
had
visto
previously happened in Guatemala or Nicaragua
Salvador. No,
or in
nunca me
El
lo
Salvador. I
imaginé.
never
Fue
expected it. It was a shock.
sorpresa. Creo que maturar
I think the movement has matured in terms of their ideas and political
se han
proposals.
ido, me parece, hasta donde yo puedo
From what I can
entender,
tell, they achieved their
logrando
goals they
los
set for
objetivos que
themselves.
se plantearon, con toda la
Despite
limitación
all
que
the
tienen por
limitations
parte
imposed
del Estado,
by the
por las
state, economic conditions, social
económicas,
challenges,
por las
and the
sociales,
overall environment.
el entorno, pienso que es
I think it's difficult.
Sin
However,
embargo, creo que han
I
tenido
believe they've made significant progress in the sense
en
that,
cuanto a que, por otro lado,
on one hand, they are autonomous from the state.
mantienen una disciplina
They have
social
strong social
importante,
discipline,
lo que les permite
which allows them to provide a different social organization
a la que
than
existe
the one that
en otras
exists in other
comunidades, ¿no?
communities.
Es una fotografía que me tocó tomar el día 3 de enero del 98. Estaba muy reciente la matanza de Acteal. Un grupo de paramilitares había matado a 46 personas,
46 people, women, children,
mujeres, niños, señores, ancianos,
elderly
y
men,
los había
and they had
masacrado
practically been
prácticamente.
massacred.
Mató a
They
46,
killed 46.
pero 4
But
mujeres
4 of
de
those
esas
women were
46
pregnant.
estaban embarazadas y también les abrieron el
They
vientre.
also had their wombs cut open and the babies were
al
killed.
bebé. Esas personas que habían
Those
sido
people who had been
asesinadas
killed by
por paramilitares
paramilitaries
huyeron
had fled
a un
to a
campamento
camp called
que se llamaba Soyep.
Soyep.
Y
And
cuando
when the
se dio la
massacre
matanza, yo
happened,
estoy
I
en
was in
Chiapas,
Chiapas, and then I
y
went.
luego vamos con el reportero de la jornada.
We went
Juan
with the
Balboa.
journalist from La Jornada.
Llegamos y la gente
When we
en
arrived,
ese
the people
momento
were
estaba
organizing a
protestando para
protest at that
protestar
moment
por la presencia del
against the
ejército.
presence of the
Había
army.
llegado un día
The army had arrived a day earlier
a
to
cuidarlos
protect them in the
campamento,
camp, or so they
cuidarlos
claimed.
según ellos. Y las mujeres
And the women protested.
reclamaron, las mujeres y los hombres reclamaban.
Both the women and men opposed the army's presence. They demanded that they leave.
Hicieron una manifestación.
They organized a demonstration and went to tell them to leave.
Y finalmente,
And finally, the atmosphere became tense.
el ambiente se fue poniendo tenso. Las mujeres cada vez
Women kept getting closer to the soldiers. At some point, they started pushing them.
en que los
They even
golpeaban,
hit them, demanding them to leave.
pidiéndoles que se fueran. Y a esa foto,
That photo, the one that became so famous,
famosa, de las mujeres.
where the women are pushing, grabbing the soldiers, shoving them.
Yo
I
estaba
was there
tomando
taking
fotos
pictures.
ahí, y bueno, me tocó
I was able to witness it and capture that moment.
tomar la foto.
And well, that's the story of
Esa
that
es la
photograph.
historia de la fotografía, ¿no?
Returning to San Cristobal after spending several days in Zapatista Autonomous Territory was like moving between worlds. In a very real sense, the Zapatistas do not live in Mexico. In fact, in his anniversary speech, Subcomandante Moises referred to outside visitors from other parts of Mexico as foreigners. The Zapatistas see themselves as radically other in relation to mainstream Mexican society. Their mountain strongholds in the highlands of Chiapas are bastions of radical autonomy, which the Mexican state and neoliberal capitalism have not been able to penetrate. And after 30 years, their autonomy still holds strong, though mounting dangers present ever greater challenges to their future. Recent years have brought the Mexican drug war to Chiapas, threatening communities caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, extractive industries and infrastructure development projects like the Tren Maya threaten the social and ecological integrity of the surrounding region in the name of economic development. The challenge of the Zapatistas today is to navigate a viable course through the choppy waters of the present, resisting external pressures without sacrificing their revolutionary principles. Chiapas remains Mexico's poorest state, and the Zapatista communities remain poor and disadvantaged even by local standards. But they continue to show that they would rather be poor and free than return to the miserable and undignified circumstances under which they lived before the rebellion of 1994. They have made the most of their hard-won freedom, establishing a unique and lasting tradition of autonomy that continues to bear relevance for the indigenous peoples of Mexico, Latin America, and beyond. From the mountains of the Mexican southeast, amid festive music and dance, a cry of resistance went up for the world to hear. Zapata vive, la lucha sigue. Zapata lives, and the fight continues.
Damn. Goddamn Rowan. Rowan Glass killing it, bro. Hell yeah, dude. This was fucking sick, man. Very good video. This is a small creator note. Yeah, only 4.76 subs. That's crazy. That should have way more. That should have way more. The fuck? Bomi's still chilling. Bomi is still chilling. The link is pinned. You should have it already. The link is pinned. Chat. Go subscribe. Go support. Look at my boy. Look at my boy. He knows we're looking at him. Can we watch more of their videos later? Yeah, I'd be down. I would be down. But for now, chat, I'm gonna end it. Had a good stream. Thank you so much for all the support and all the love and for just being here. It really matters. And I'm forever grateful. I think tomorrow we'll do a why don't we do a PC build stream tomorrow? Maybe like afternoon. Maybe like early. Why not? I don't know why not. Let's just do it afternoon. We'll do it in the afternoon and then we'll do a proper stream at night. I don't know. Follow me. Join the Discord to get more info on that and for updates. What GPU did you get? 9070, babe. AMD 9070. We're rocking the 9800 X3D. We got a liquid cooler. Gonna be sick. No, I couldn't get an XT. I just got the 9070. No XT. I kind of like panic bought because like Micro Center said they had an XT in stock, and so I immediately got in my car and drove there, and they didn't have the XT in stock actually, but the 90s they did have the 9070, and so I was just like, all right, I'm just gonna get it. It was literally on April 2nd, like the day the tariffs took effect. I was like, I don't want to wait. I'm not gonna get fucked here. I'm gonna do the 9070. Yeah, you're fine. You're saving yourself from upgrading 1 month quicker 10 years from now. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I did that too, Prodigy. But anyway, we got the new setup here, so I'll probably try to build it tomorrow, do everything. I think it'd be kind of fun, although y'all will be annoying. I'm not good at it. It's also kind of a stressful thing to do, so I don't know. Having to deal with like filming it and everything might be just too much stress, but why not? Why not? Let's see. We're gonna raid Joan. Joan's been going for 9 hours and 15 minutes, playing some Stardew Valley. Chat, if you guys don't follow Joan deserves so much more viewers. I'm not gonna lie. I think Joan should have been partnered like a year ago. Joan should have been partnered a way long time ago. Y'all need to be going over to Joan's stream, supporting the stream. Follow if you're not after this raid, okay? Please do me a favor and follow. And just hang out. Joan is really fun to watch. Really good gaming streamer to watch. And like, yeah, I love her reacts too. Joan's awesome. Just hang out with Joan. Thank you for hanging here. I hope you enjoyed the stream and got some value out of it somewhere along the line. I feel like we learned a lot. We learned a lot. I think it was a good one. Okay. No feeling words? Oh, frick. Okay, quick. You're right. You're quick. Feeling words. What do you think? Give me a feeling, chat. We have 1 minute. Quick, 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 quick. How are you feeling? Rushed. Revolutionary. Legendary. Hell yeah. Okay, what about something you're appreciative for? Something you appreciate. One word. Something you appreciate. Chat? Me too. I appreciate chat a lot. This community? Me too. Same. My comrades? Same. Juice? Facts. Solidarity? True. Real. Okay, last one is any... I'm going to give... This is space for tension. If you have any tensions with the stream, this is an open space for it, but also just tensions in your life in general. Something's not feeling right. You know what I mean? This is also a space for it. Immigration stuff. Gambling addiction for Rust skins? Oh no, Zingius. Okay, 7 seconds left. Let go of those tensions. We won't solve them tonight, but you're going to be fine. I promise. I love you. Bye.
Seeds